As 4th of July weekend rolls around, the Kettleers start their third home-and-home of the season with the Falmouth Commodores at Lowell Park. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Kettle Talk, the official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers. I'm John Perez. When these two teams met on June 23rd, Falmouth brushed aside Cotuit 11-2. After the game, the Kettleers manager Mike Roberts said that he would reset the team. He put in a new starting rotation and settled in on a lineup. The Kettleers have lost 5 of 7 since that game, but they've played significantly better, including 5 one-run games. They're 1-4 in that stretch, but a bounce here and a bounce there, and they could have had a positive record in those 5 games. They played another one-run game last night in Wareham, and let's see how they fared. Cotuit looking to sweep the home-and-home with Wareham. Hogan Harris from Louisiana Lafayette gets the start for the Gatemen. Colton Hawk from Stanford for the Kettleers. Top 2, Jason DeLay socks a 3-2 pitch into the seats in left, his first home run of the year, and the Kettleers lead 1-0. Bottom 3 with the bases loaded and Colton Shaver at the plate. He hits a grounder to second. Alonzo Jones has trouble fielding it, then rushes the throw over the shortstop Ryan Hagan's head into shallow left field. 2 runs would score, and the Gatemen lead 2-1. Next batter, Gavin Sheets bloops a single to left. Another run comes in, and the Gatemen have a 3-1 lead. Bottom of the 6th with Robbie Metz at second. Nico Giratano hits a ball to left. Metz tries to score, and Quinn Brody shows off his gun. He pegs Metz at the plate to keep the game at 3-1. Top of the 8th, the Kettleers would cut into the deficit after a Jack Klein sac bunt. Cal Stevenson came to the plate with runners on second and third. He lofts a fly ball to left. It's deep enough to score the run. Brody touches up, and the Kettleers are within 1 at 3-2. The Kettleers would not be able to get a rally going as they went down 1-2-3 in the 9th and snapped their 2-game winning streak as they lose to Wareham 3-2.
No, I wouldn't. I still think we're kind of an in-between club. We have decent speed, as you've noticed lately. I mean, we have a lot of left-hand hitters. We've seen a lot of left-handed pitching. And, I think Jerry set that up on purpose today, 3 lefties, which I don't blame him. And all 3 of them were quick to the plate. They slide step and cut down your running game a little bit. So we're kind of an in-the-middle type club. I mean, all of a sudden we've hit a couple home runs, but do we really think we can sit back and, depend on any of that? No, I don't think we can. And I'm not sure any club can in the Cape.
After the game, Roberts spoke to reporters about injuries that have befallen his pitchers, including Keith Regala and Jared Padgett. Here's what he had to say.
Why was Regala shut down?
He's got a little tenderness in his tricep area and a little tenderness in his forearm. And, I try to protect these guys. It's rare because we're a fastball changeup club. Now, Hawk throws a few more. He throws a knuckle curve, and he doesn't throw a slider or slurve. He throws a knuckle curve, which is a little easier on your arm. He throws a few more breaking balls than normally for us. So it's rare that we have to shut a guy down. It does happen, but he feels a little tender. And I just said, my obligation is to Creighton and to him to keep him healthy. So we shut him down, and he'll be here probably a couple more days. But again, we have no idea how we would replace him at this time of the summer. But there's another starter that's down, and that hurts a little bit.
And how about Padgett?
We're going to look at Padgett tomorrow, and I really have no idea if he's better or not. I'm actually going to play catch with him tomorrow myself. Okay, I'm going to play catch with him tomorrow, and I'll take a real look, and I'll make a decision after the game tomorrow on Padgett. Well, I think anytime it's in the joint, anytime you got joint. Now, Regala is not necessarily in the joint right now, but it's in 2 places, and it's been there maybe, I didn't know about it originally. I didn't find out about it until a couple days ago, so it was kind of hidden from me a little bit. But yeah, again, you just have to be really careful, and we have to, team always comes first until you get to the injury situation. Then you got to really take a look at the individual.
So the injuries couldn't have happened at a better time for the Kettleers, as today is the deadline for all final rosters to be submitted to the league office. They officially released Keith Regala this morning. Jason Billis from Coastal Carolina is on the way, as is Rio Gomez. However, Bobby Holmes exceeded his innings limits at Coastal Carolina and will not be joining the team. Clay Fisher was activated yesterday, so that's another spot for the Kettleers. They currently have 29 players under contract. And let's take a look at the transactions that they made this morning. So all of the temporary players have been signed. That means that there are 29 spots occupied. Each team is allotted 30. The only way a player can be released is if they become injured or have to go back to school. Justin Hooper has to attend summer classes at UCLA and will be leaving at the end of the month. August 1st would be the latest. So those are all the details regarding the roster for the Kettleers. Let's take a look at how the rest of the league fared last night and how it translates to the standings. Bourne over Brewster 2-1. Jake Magnum's RBI single in the top of the 7th gave the Braves the lead for good. Orleans shut out Hyannis. Brian Miller from North Carolina 2 for 5, 3 RBIs. Keegan McGovern had a pinch hit solo home run, his third of the year. YD gets back over 500 with a win in Falmouth. Will Toffe from Vanderbilt 2 for 4 with an RBI double. Chatham ends their 4-game skid with a 4-2 win at home against Harwich. Stuart Fairchild from Wake Forest broke a 2-2 tie in the bottom of the 7th with an RBI single. Patrick Mathis from Texas hit a pinch hit solo home run for insurance. Harwich has lost 4 of its last 5. So here are the standings. Besides Harwich's recent struggles, they're still on top. Orleans within a game, though. YD, Brewster, and Chatham rounded out. In the West, Bourne, Wareham, Falmouth have more wins than losses, Hyannis, and Cotuit. Earlier today, I caught up with Vanderbilt catcher Jason DeLay, and here it is. I'm joined by Vanderbilt catcher Jason DeLay. Jason, this is his 3rd year on the Cape, last 2 for Bourne. I was kind of curious how you chose Cotuit over going back to Bourne. How did that process work out?
Yeah, well, after getting drafted, I was just kind of sitting at home, kind of waiting to hear from the Giants. And we're just kind of in the process of negotiations and trying to figure out what I was going to do. And I just kind of figured it would be better to be up here playing rather than sitting at home. So I actually got the call from Mike Roberts and drove up here 2 days later, and here I am.
I'm not going to ask about dollar figures because that's none of my business, or is anyone else's, but you go to the San Francisco Giants as a catcher, got Buster Posey there, and I know you're anticipating getting up to the majors ASAP, but does that kind of play into a decision to sign with the Giants or play your senior year at Vanderbilt?
I don't really think so. I mean, I think any team that I go to, there's going to be competition, so I think it's really just about worrying about myself and just trying to get better every day.
In terms of yourself getting better, I know one of the guys that you idolize is Yadier Molina. Do you see yourself as him, and what attributes would you like to take from Molina that you'd like to insert into your game?
I don't think Molina's a guy that you can really copy. He just kind of does things his own way, but I definitely have a respect for him, and just I really like the way he receives. That's something I really take a lot of pride in, is receiving, and just trying to learn a lot of things from him, just watching him.
Coach Roberts has stressed all of his catchers calling their own game, and he tries not to help as much as he can. For you, how has your pitch calling evolved over, let's say, the last couple of years, either from Vanderbilt or even being at Bourne?
Yeah, so at Vanderbilt, the pitching coach calls the pitches, and my freshman and sophomore year, it was more of just, looking at the card, whatever he called, and putting down a number. But my junior year, as I started to get older and kind of understand pitch calling and pitchers and what they're doing out there, I kind of gained the ability to, shake off, call something that I thought, I was seeing, maybe I wasn't seeing. But yeah, so just through that, I feel like I've gained a lot more knowledge about pitch calling, and I think it's become an asset of mine.
How does your preparation differ being on the Cape as opposed to Vanderbilt? Because at school you get to play a team in a 3-game series. Over here it's just once, and then you might not see them for another month, or you see them back-to-back. You never know.
It's just going out and playing, so it's a little different. You don't have the scouting report, you don't have tendencies, so it's just I don't know. It's just kind of it's got a different feel to it, and it definitely takes a little bit of adaptation, I'd say.
How difficult can that be, though, come second time through the order? Because the first time through the order, you might have hitter A chases a fastball outside, and then at bat B, maybe you want to go there, but he's expecting it. So how does that change?
Right, you just don't know. And another thing is, just not having caught any of the pitches before, you don't know. After a while, you kind of start to figure out what they're doing, but you don't really know certain things. What they're doing when they're going good and what they're doing when they're going bad. So it's tough.
It's not certain how long you're going to be here. We've already had Jaron Kendall in Cotuit. Kyle Wright was supposed to be here. You actually roomed with him. So for the Kettleers fans out there that wanted to know Kyle Wright, who is going to Team USA, can you shed some light on maybe your friendship with him or what he's like as a person?
Yeah, so I was roommate with him and road roommate, so I spent a lot of time with him. He's a great guy, and he's probably one of the best pitchers I've ever caught, just from a stuff standpoint, as far as like movement, and I don't know, he's really, really good.
You're only going to be here for a couple of weeks if it's up to you, and you obviously reach an agreement with the Giants. But what are you hoping to improve on and hope that maybe the Giants are here, they see, or anyone else sees that you can add to your game in however how many days you're going to be here?
I'd say consistency of hitting. That's definitely something that I want to focus on. I feel like defensively, obviously I can always get better, but defensively I think I have a good, solid base back there. But definitely offensive consistency for sure.
All right, Jason, thanks for the time. That's Jason DeLay. Starting lineups coming up right after this. As 4th of July weekend rolls around, the Kettleers start their third home-and-home of the season with the Falmouth Commodores at Lowell Park. And a pleasant good evening. Welcome back to Kettle Talk. The pregame national anthem was just said, and we'll give you the starting lineups. First for the visiting Falmouth Commodores in Game 1, of this home and home. The second home and home before the Kettleers head out to Chatham on Tuesday. So here's Falmouth's lineup. Gigliotti will lead it off. Tristan Gray, along with Trevor Larnark, Willie Berger, Matt Deuce from Dallas Baptist is behind the plate. Tyler Lawrence, a designated hitter. Josh Watson out in left field. Oregon State second baseman Caden Griner is hitting 8th. Matt McLaughlin is the shortstop from Kansas, and Tom Ponticelli, the pitcher out of San Francisco. And now the lineup for the Cotuit Kettleers. Grayson Genista continues to lead off. Jackson Klein right behind him in center field. Stevenson, Jones, Sasnara behind the plate batting 5th. Jordan Pierce is the third baseman batting 6th. Corey Voss, designated hitter, batting 7th. A.J. Balta in left field, making his first appearance of the summer. Clay Fisher from UC Santa Barbara. His team was in the College World Series and now had the right amount of rest. He's ready to go. And Ross Octor from Toledo on the mound. Aiden Doyle and Jason Dora will have the call the rest of the way. This has been Kettle Talk, the official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers.
Thanks so much, John. The Kettleers now in a huddle outside their dugout, and they'll take the field in preparation for this battle against the Falmouth Commodores. Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Doro. Next to me, Aiden Doyle. Cotuit coming off a loss last night at the hands of the Wareham Gatemen. However, The Kettleers have won 3 of their last 6. They now sit at 4-15 on the season. Falmouth just a hair above 500 at 10-9. On the mound tonight for Cotuit, Ross Octor, a lefty out of Ohio. He has a 1-0 record with Cotuit this season and a 3.0 ERA. That comes over 4 appearances. This will be just his second start. And he doesn't have the fastest stuff, Aiden, but he definitely has some of the best.
He definitely does. You are exactly right there, Jason. A crafty lefty, as we like to call him. Not going to overpower you with a fastball. Relies a lot on deception and the movement of his pitches coming from the left side. A lot of movement on a two-seam cutter type pitch that he throws to get hitters started, and then has a sweeping breaking ball. He's got an interesting delivery where he hides the ball behind him a bit and then comes over the top, so the hitter really doesn't see the ball until the last second. And coming from such a vertical plane, the Octor stands 6'5". He's one of the taller pitchers on this Kettleers team, obviously behind Taylor Lehman and Justin Hooper. But coming from that vertical plane, that breaking ball sweeping around, especially to a left-handed hitter, makes it very tough on him.
Deception is a huge part of the way that Ross Octor delivers to home, just like it is for many of the sidewinders and submarine pitchers that Cotuit has in the bullpen. Not sure who we'll see after Octor, but I'm sure Mike Roberts would like to see the lefty out of Toledo wear on into this ball game, perhaps 5 or 6 innings. For Falmouth at the top of the order, Mike Gigliotti, Tristan Gray, Trevor Larnick. Gigliotti, the left-handed center fielder, will lead it off as Tim Susnara sends out some signals from behind home plate. Now we're ready for baseball at Lowell Park. A beautiful Sunday afternoon. First pitch from Octor, just below the knees, ball 1. Octor kicks and delivers. Misses again, 2 balls, no strikes.
The one thing to watch out for with Octor is when he's not overpowering hitters like we mentioned, he's got to have control of those pitches in order to truly be effective out on the mound. His last start, 4 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 4 walks. That's something to watch as we move forward in this game. Whether or not Octor can find the zone early and keep pounding the zone and get hitters to chase pitches outside, in the dirt, wherever they may be.
2-2 on the way. Breaking ball popped up in the air. Third base line. Jordan Pierce giving chase. And he hauls it in foul territory for the first out of the ball game.
We've talked about how much foul territory there is here at Lowell Park, especially down the baselines. We've seen first baseman, third baseman, and corner outfielders make some long runs before running out of room, being able to make plays, catch pop-ups that wouldn't have been able to have been caught at other parks here on the Cape, reminiscent of the O.CO Coliseum, the Oco Coliseum, I guess, in Oakland where the A's play.
When you share a stadium with a football team, the dimensions are bound to be a bit off. Tristan Gray facing an 0-1 count, and he chops one foul down the first base line. You talked about Ross Octor and his accuracy, finding the zone, not issuing a ton of walks. He's been most effective when he keeps it in the zone. June 10th against Harwich went 3 innings. This was the season opener for the Kettleers. No runs in that outing, just 1 hit and 1 walk. He was good against Hyannis on June 19th as well in 3 2/3 innings of work. Gave up 4 hits, 1 run, and didn't walk anybody. 1 ball, 2 strike count for Gray, Commodores' first baseman. He's hitting .269 in 8 ball games. Fouls another pitch off to stay alive at 1-2. 7 hits for Gray, 2 of them doubles, 3 RBI. Plays for Rice University. Loops this one into shallow left field, and it gets down. It's the first base hit of the ball game, a single for Tristan Gray with 1 down in the first.
Well, it wasn't a bad pitch from Octor. Gray just does a good job throwing the bat at it and looping it into left field. When you move the ball as much as Octor does, especially coming from the left side, hitters aren't going to get great pieces of it most of the time. but they are going to sometimes get that cheap little hit that bloops into the shallow part of the outfield.
Ochter to the stretch to face Trevor Larnick. First pitch, breaking ball, misses downstairs. Larnick out of Oregon State University, shows in the black and orange cleats. Batting .280 this Cape season in 15 games, 14 hits, 9 runs scored, and 8 RBI. 1-0 he gets a small piece of. Fouls it off, the count 1-1. Here's how Cotuit will align defensively this evening. Sosnara catching for Ochter, Pierce at third base, Fisher at shortstop, Jones at second, Genesta at first. The outfield from left to right goes Balta, Klein, Stevenson. Pierce has been in and out of the lineup lately. Starts at the 2 corner infield spots. Genesta has maintained the spot at first. Lately, though, Fisher getting his first start at short, having just joined the Kettleers. Ryan Hagan, for the first time this season, I think, or at least since the first couple ball games of the year, actually, is not in the starting lineup and not at that 6th spot.
Interesting lineup today. No Dorian at third and no Hagan at shortstop. Different look for these Kettleers.
Ochter misses low with the 2-1. Now 3 balls, 1 strike.
And you talked about Ochter pitching brilliantly earlier in the season. You talked about his performance at Harwich and against the Harbor Hawks. He was my initial stud of the game, the first one, Ross Ochter.
Well, that's saying something. You have to initiate the idea for a stud of the game out of somewhere. This guy was the inspiration, right?
Yeah, when you look at the first guy to ever do something most of the time, look at the first Hall of Fame class into Cooperstown. Those guys are all studs. Ross Ochter, the first stud of the game, opens the doors for so many others.
And the floodgates just been blown away.
He parted the Red Sea.
Full count for Larnick, 1 down and 1 aboard in the top of the first. Ochter wants to check on Gray again. Behind Larnick, it's Willie Berger, the third baseman out of Penn State, and then the catcher, Matt Deuce. Tyler Lawrence, the DH, would follow. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Ochter ready, he kicks and fires. 3-2 hit on the ground left side, past a diving Pierce. Into left field, back-to-back singles for Falmouth in the first. 2 men on with just 1 down, and the cleanup man, Willie Berger, coming to the plate.
Well, that's another example of maybe not getting a great piece of it, but hitting it in the right spot. Larnick there, just kind of fisting one to left field, right in between a diving Jordan Pierce and Clay Fisher getting the start at short. Just right in the hole. You couldn't have asked for a better spot if you're Falmouth, and you couldn't have asked for a more unlucky spot if you're Cotuit.
Now it's Berger, the big right-handed hitter. Ochter still picking his spots carefully, misses low and inside with ball 1. Berger is hitting .291 in 15 games. 16 hits for him, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and 7 RBI to go with 7 walks. 1-0 on the way. Change up from Ochter. It's right down the middle for a called strike. No score yet at Lowell Park. Just the top of the first here. 1's across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And it is the first inning. Ochter misses inside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Love when there's 1s or 2s or 3s in some situations across the board. Always a good sight out there on the scoreboard.
You might have to ask the operator just to throw up a extra strike 3 on a strikeout to get that situation.
It's aesthetically pleasing.
2-1 hit sharply on the ground, up the middle into center field. They're waving around Gray. Here's the throw from Klein into second base. Gets past Jones, picked up by Sosnara. A run has scored, so it's an RBI single for Willie Berger. Back-to-back-to-back base knocks for Falmouth in the first, and they are the first ones on the scoreboard this evening.
Well, you say back-to-back-to-back base knocks for Falmouth, and yes, that is true, and you can't do anything about it. But that's the first one that these Commodores really have squared up. That ball was ripped into left center field by Willie Berger. Just got a great piece of that one. pitch from Octor caught a bit too much of the plate, and Berger capitalized.
Still men at first and second. Larnach at second base, Berger at first. The catcher, Matt Deuce, at the plate. Octor's first pitch, a breaking ball that snaps off the plate, ball one. Cotuit has not had great success against Falmouth so far this year. They lost 3-2 on the road at Guy Fuller Field on June 26th. And the last time that Falmouth came here to Lowell Park, they put an 11 spot on the scoreboard and defeated the Kettleers by 9 runs.
Different Kettleers team, though. They've
Very true.
been much better since that game here at Lowell Park way back on June 23rd.
1-1 count. Octor looks down to second a couple of times. Now he delivers home. Another off-speed pitch. Misses inside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
It's amazing how much can change in just 10 days. June 23rd, 10 days ago, this team sputtering out on the field offensively, defensively, pitching wasn't there. They weren't even competitive in ball games. Even when they lost, it wasn't close, as we saw 11-2. Now, they're either winning the game or they're playing it really close. We saw that again last night at Spillane Field in Wareham.
2 ball, 2 strike count for the left-handed hitting Deuce. Octor playing it patient in the first inning. Finally gets his sign from Susnara. Peers down to second and comes home. Another breaker that misses off the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
We can see Octor try and change up the time in between pitches, which is good. You don't want any runner to be able to time you well. With 2 runners on here, a stolen base is the last thing you want if you're Kettleers. But
Deuce leading Falmouth in batting average, hits, and doubles. This time he draws a walk, though. Octor misses just outside. Runners are off with the pitch. They'll advance easily. Bases now loaded for the Commodores and the designated hitter, Tyler Lawrence.
that one just missed off the outside part of the plate. Obviously, with a full count, you got to try and find the zone if you're Ross Octor, but that one was very, very close.
Octor will go from the windup with the bases juiced, and he misses high and outside with the first pitch, 1-0. Lawrence is batting just under 300, 297 on the year in 11 games. Count 1-1 after Octor finds the zone. Lawrence, a right-handed hitter out of Murray State University, who has 2 home runs and 9 RBI this year. Pops one up, left field. Coming in is Balta. Camps under it, makes the catch. Here's the throw home. Larnach was tagging up. The throw was offline, but Larnach did not attack home plate, so he stays at third, and the Kettleers get what they wanted there, now 2 away in the first.
Well, Balta showing off some arm strength there from left field. Typically, we've seen him only at first or in right field. Mike Roberts sending him out to left. Good job camping underneath it and showing off the strong arm to keep Larnach at third. And then also a nice job there by Tim Susnara, keeping that ball in front of him, not letting it get away, because no one was covering home. If that ball gets away from Susnara, Larnach able to score.
Now it's Josh Watson with 2 down. First pitch on the way. Hit on the ground, left side. In comes Jordan Pierce, picks it up, fires to first in time. Ross Octor gets out of a bases-loaded jam to end the top of the first. 1 run for Falmouth in the frame, though. It comes on 3 hits. No errors, 3 men left on. We're done with half a frame now at Lowell Park. Falmouth on top of Cotuit, 1-0. And now we'll take a quick break for tonight's Cotuit replay.
Thanks, Jason. Bank of Cape Cod is proud to sponsor today's Cotuit replay from a former Kettleer. With branches in Hyannis, Osterville, and Falmouth, rediscover local banking with Bank of Cape Cod. Adam Nelbowich from 2012 has this replay. Playing in Cotuit gave me the feeling that I had almost stepped back in time. In Cotuit, life simplified. The league has a sense of modesty and simplicity that allowed everyone to focus on what was important, and in turn produced some of the cleanest, highest level baseball I had ever been a part of. My fondest and most vivid memory was actually every day. It started with riding to the field in a mid-'80s Crown Victoria with Aramis Garcia, a car that was generously loaned to him by his host parents. We were already dressed in our ball pants, our plain gray warm-up shirts, and a Kettleers jacket. We would show up hours early to hit BP with Coach Roberts before piling into a regular school bus to head down the road for an evening tilt at another park. We would play our game and then look for our host parents to bum a ride home. There wasn't anything fancy about the game day procedure. You had the ballparks, talented baseball players, and some really passionate baseball people behind the scenes making it all happen. I will forever be grateful to all of those that made my summer in Cotuit possible, especially the Weir family, Scott, Trish, and Jason. Adam Nelbowich from 2012, currently an account manager for a logistics company in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, with his Cotuit Replay brought to you by the Bank of Cape Cod, with branches in Hyannis, Osterville, and Falmouth. Rediscover local banking with the Bank of Cape Cod.
We hit the bottom of the first now at Lowell Park. 1-0 ball game. Falmouth on top of the Kettleers. And starting tonight for the Commodores is Thomas Ponticelli, a sophomore out of the University of San Francisco. He has a 3.85 ERA with Falmouth this year, an 0-2 record in 3 games. All of them have been starts. He's totaled 14 innings in those 3 starts with 7 strikeouts and 3 walks. The last time he appeared was June 25th against Bourne. Took the loss in that ball game, went 4 1/3, gave up 4 runs and 6 hits. He's facing off with Grayson Genesta to start off tonight. First pitch, fastball, misses high and outside. For Cotuit at the top of the order tonight, Genesta, Klein, Stevenson, and then Jones is the cleanup man. 1-0 offering, finds the outer edge for a called strike. And Aiden, it's been a surprising amount of consistency with which Mike Roberts has placed the start of the order over the last week. Genesta, Klein, Stevenson, Jones, you see it almost every day now.
We saw earlier in the year the only consistent thing about Mike Roberts' lineup seemed to be Jordan Pierce batting somewhere 1 through 3. Now, for the last week or so, it's been Genesta, Klein, Stevenson, and Jones typically at the top. And Genesta has played well. He was my stud of the game 2 games ago. Last night, he was the stud of the game 3 games ago.
Genesta blasts one to left center field. On the run is Gigliotti, and he gets to it for out number 1.
Then 2 nights ago, he had a rough night, 0 for 4, but he reached on a walk. And then last night, 2 for 3, and reached again on a walk. So getting on base out of that leadoff spot, he's shown Mike Roberts enough. They are even hitting the ball hard on an out to remain in the leadoff spot. He's really rewarded his coach well.
Jackson Klein to the plate with 1 down and the base is empty. Klein has been on a tear of late, batting .333 on the season in 14 games. And he drives one to center field. Gigliotti going back to the fence, and he's got just enough room. 2 powerful first outs for the Kettleers at the plate.
Well, Jackson Klein hit that one to the wrong part of the ballpark. The wind's blowing out a bit here at Lowell Park, but he hit it basically to the deepest part of the field. And even Gigliotti had to catch up ball basically on the warning track. Jackson Klein almost had his 3rd home run this season.
We'll see if Cal Stevenson gets a hold of one. First pitch on the way. He squares, pulls back, and the pitch called for a strike. Stevenson playing right field this evening. He's hitting .308. One of just a couple of Kettleers who are above .300 on the year. Jackson Klein, another member of that group, of course. And then Jason DeLay, but he's only been here for 4 games. 1-1 pitch now. Hit on the ground up the middle. Second baseman moves to his right. Grenier up with it on to first. And the side is retired for Cotuit in the first. They go down 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. We're through 1 now at Lowell Park. Kettleers down by a score of 1-0 against the Falmouth Commodores.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
Top of the second now at Lowell Park. The score 1-0, Falmouth out in front of Cotuit. Ross Octor still in the bump for the Kettleers, and he delivers a first pitch strike for Caden Grenier, leading off the second inning for the Commodores. 8, 9, and 1 due up in the Falmouth order. Next pitch also called for a strike, low and inside corner. Nice spots from Octor, and he's up 0-2. Grenier will be followed by Matt McLaughlin, the shortstop, and then Mike Gigliotti at the top of the order. 0-2 pitch. That's a waste pitch out of Octor. Misses well outside. Count 1-2.
And there's nothing wrong with a waste pitch, really, when you're up 0-2 on any hitter. You don't want to give him one over the heart of the plate. Miss out of his own, see if he chases. Really no harm there by Octor.
1-2 pitch on the way, and it's tapped foul by Grenier. He stays alive. Grenier also out of the Oregon State University, like his teammate Trevor Larnick. Grenier hitting 158, though, in 16 games. 1-2 a breaking ball, hit on the ground towards Pierce at third. He gobbles it up, long throw across the diamond, and it's in time for the first out of the frame.
We've seen Jordan Pierce play both corner infield positions about an equal amount, and he's looked good at both of them. Playing first, doing a good job picking balls out of the dirt. There at third, long throw, so showing off the arm strength. We've talked about how nice it is to have versatile players. Jordan Pierce, another name to add to the list.
Matt McLaughlin, the shortstop, at the dish now. Looks at ball one, low and inside. Pierce playing third base in place of the regular third baseman, Pat Dorian, or at least he has been there for the last week or so, maybe even a bit more. Dorian, one of the many temporary players that got signed today by the Kettleers. 1-1, hit back up the middle into center field. The fourth single of the ball game for Falmouth.
That's another one that was hit pretty hard. That one by McLaughlin, right back up the middle. That's what you're taught as a young kid when you're playing baseball. Don't try and pull it. Don't necessarily try and go the other way unless you got 2 strikes on. You just take it, shoot it right back up the middle.
Back to the top of the order, Mike Gigliotti up. He's 0 for 1. Popped out to Pierce in foul territory, just past the third base line in the first inning. And he lines one. Again down the third base line, but it's foul into the net. One on, one down. In the top of the second, Octor ready with the 0-1. Kicks and comes home. Gigliotti squares, pulls back. It misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Among the other players that signed with Cotuit today, David Garrix, Connor Simmons, Eddie Mole, Jackson Klein, Ryan Hagan, Jason DeLay, Alec Bird, Cal Becker. You can expect to hear those names for The rest of the season, pitch outside. Sosnara with the throw down to second, not in time to get McLaughlin.
McLaughlin had a pretty good jump there, plus Octor coming with a breaking ball, so it takes a little bit longer to get the home plate. But Tim Sosnara does a good job receiving that, transferring it to his throwing hand, and makes a strong and accurate throw down to second, just not in time as McLaughlin too good of a jump.
2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Ripped down the right field line, but foul. That was definitely a tough pitch for Sosnara to handle and throw down to second. Like you said, a curveball, giving McLaughlin some extra time.
All things considered, though, it's a good throw by Tim Sosnara.
Oh, yeah.
Made it much closer than a lot of other catchers would have.
Octor kicks, steps off, and checks on McLaughlin. Falmouth got 3 hits in the first, but left 3 men on. Now they have a man in scoring position with 1 down in the second. 2-2. Misses in the dirt. Sosnara again blocks it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Roberts going with the double catcher lineup again today with Corey Voss at the DH spot. Jason DeLay gets a day of rest after starting at that catcher spot. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball misses above the letters, ball 4. Gigliotti down to first, 2 men on for Tristan Gray.
Well, that's Octor's second walk in as many innings. You don't want the pitch count going too high here early in the ball game. Falmouth doing a good job making him throw strikes, or forcing him to throw strikes, because they're not swinging him many pitches, if any, out of the zone.
Lots of left-handed hitters at the top of the Falmouth lineup. Gray digging in at 1 for 1 on the day. Singled in the first and came around to score. Octor again checks on McLaughlin. Cotuit now has a right-handed pitcher up and warming in their bullpen. Octor has thrown a lot of pitches in the first couple frames here. First pitch on the way. Misses low and outside. Ball 1.
We're being told it's David Garrick's warming up in the bullpen for Cotuit. Right-hander out of Pomona Pitzer. Member of that Sage Hens baseball team. Another fantastic name that we've seen.
Pomona Pitzer in the Southern California Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, competing on the Division III level.
And it's interesting, it's a combination, the athletic teams, of 2 different schools.
Mm-hmm.
Pomona College is its own separate college, but didn't have enough to field teams. So combined with Pitzer, and you get the Pomona Pitzer Sage Hens.
1-0 on the way, swung on and missed. Count even now at 1-1. I was actually reading up on David Garrick's and Pomona Pitzer earlier today. 20% of the student body between those 2 schools are student athletes. And they definitely emphasize that some of these athletes are a lot better than, say, the D3 level, because they went there for the academic athletic combination that the schools offer. Long fly ball out to left field off the bat of Gray. Balta makes the catch, and now there's 2 down.
And you mentioned it. This year's edition of Forbes' top colleges in America, number 1, Pomona College. That's ahead of Stanford, that's ahead of Princeton, that's ahead of Yale, that's ahead of Harvard, it's ahead of Brown, it's ahead of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Pomona College, number 1.
Very good school. Trevor Larnack digs in. 1 for 1 with the single on the day. He was left on third base in the first. First pitch breaking ball from Octor, misses off the plate. McLaughlin the man on second, Gigliotti the man on first. 2 down in the top of the second frame. 1-0 lifted in the air. Jordan Pierce moving towards the fence, and again, he has enough room. Another catch in foul territory gets the Kettleers out of the second inning. No runs for the Commodores on one hit. No errors, 2 men left on. Through 1.5 at Lowell Park, Kettleers down by a score of 1-0 against the Falmouth Commodores. We'll be right back after these short messages.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent-care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists, who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Cotuit brings the heart of the order to the plate in the second inning. 4, 5, and 6 due up. Alonzo Jones, Tim Susnara, and Jordan Pierce set to square off with Tom Ponticelli. 1-0 the score here at Lowell Park. Cotuit down by a run. 0-1 count for Jones. Next pitch on the way. Fastball inside, it misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kettleers went down 1-2-3 in the first. A pair of long flyouts to center and a ground out to second. Here's the 1-1 for Jones. Finds the low and inside corner. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Along with Cal Stevenson, Jones is another guy on this Kettleers team that comes to mind when you think of seeing a lot of pitches. Very rarely do you see him go up there and swing at the first offering any pitcher has. Really works the count.
Fouls off the 1-2 to stay alive.
Grayson Genesta, another guy who does that. As we've seen, Mike Roberts moving him to the leadoff spot, drawing walks, getting on base, doing his job coming out of the leadoff spot.
Jones has earned 6 bases on balls, 3rd on the team. Genesta, like you just mentioned, is 1st. Jones sends one straight back to stay alive. And of course, the man in between those two is Cal Stevenson, who has 7 walks. So if you want to be at the top of the Kettleers order, there's a formula. Have a good eye at the plate, have some speed, and have a good bat.
I feel like that's the formula for any top.
Any good baseball player, but
I would love to have those 3 attributes.
slow roller towards first. Gray has it. He steps on the bag, and that's out number 1. But to have 3 of your top 4 leaders in walks be in the top 4 of the order says something about what Mike Roberts is looking for.
Well, a lot of coaches structure their lineups that way. You have the guys who get on base the most, typically, with some speed at the top of the order, 1, 2. Typically your 2 best hitters, 3 and 4, and then power guys, 3, 4, 5, who are able to drive in those runs. And then you're looking more the weaker hitters, some speed, some average towards the bottom of the order, so that it's all a big cycle. Sure, you start off the first inning with a leadoff guy, so 1, 2, 3's up, but it's all a big cycle. So you want those guys getting on base, so then when 3, 4, 5 come up, they're able to drive in some runs.
Tim Susnara looking at a 1-1 count now, and it probably says more about the 3 and 4 hitters for Cotuit. The fact that he has 2 guys with a lot of speed there who don't necessarily have the power of your typical 3 and 4 hitters, but they get on base. That's something that Mike Roberts is putting in that power portion of the order as Susnara drops down a bunt just foul. Sneaky Sosnara. Already bunted for a hit once this year. And when he sees that third baseman playing so far back, he always thinks about putting it down. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, rolled towards short. McLaughlin has it. Throw over to first in time. 2 away now in the bottom of the second.
I know he didn't get a great piece of that, but I like Tim Sosnara going the other way with that pitch. Pitch from Ponticelli there. Outside part of the plate. Sosnara, left-handed batter, shooting it the other way. You never know. That could go between the hole of short and third. Not trying to pull that ball and you have even less, of a hard contact rate on it. You wouldn't get good wood on that. If you're trying to pull it, chances are you just roll over it.
Here's Jordan Pierce with 2 down. First pitch misses outside. Pierce's appearances in the starting lineup becoming more infrequent in the middle of this season. Hits a foul ball off the end of the bat, and it will reach the seats. Pierce out of the University of Nevada, batting just below 200 in 13 games. 7 hits, 6 runs for him. He's drawn 4 walks and collected 5 RBI. Tonight starting at third base. 1-1 offering from Ponticelli. Breaking ball dips low. 2 balls, 1 strike. And I'm noticing, Aiden, that we have a really packed house tonight. Probably not surprising given that it's July 4th weekend, but I don't see an empty seat to be had anywhere.
I don't think there is one unless you go way out in the outfield, but even then they're sitting.
Look at all the people behind the fence, yeah.
Out by the Commodores dugout in right field, out by the scoreboard in left center. Lowell Park, packed tonight.
It's hopping.
It is hopping. It is the place to be here on Cape Cod. It's probably getting some good reviews on Yelp and TripAdvisor. It's going to be moving up the TripAdvisor rankings for tourist destinations here on the Cape, as if it wasn't number 1 already.
3-1 pitch. Hit in the air by Pierce. Shallow center field. Gigliotti moving in. He has another easy grab to end the second inning. Cotuit goes down 1-2-3 for the second frame in a row, and they trail 1-0 after 2 innings at Lowell Park. Keep it right here. You're locked in to Kettleers Baseball.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Graduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development. Online at curry.edu.
Top of the third at Lowell Park, and the Falmouth Commodores have the heart of their order coming to the plate. 4, 5, 6 due up here, starting with Willie Berger, who has a 1-1 count after Ross Achter misses low and inside. I'm Jason Doro, joined by the pride of Syracuse University, Aiden Doyle.
I'm sure that would stir some debates here in the Kettleers media team. We have 3 Syracuse. interns.
They're everywhere. You
They
can't
are.
get away from them.
Us Newhouse kids. For those of you for those of you listening who don't know what I'm talking about, the School of Public Communications at Syracuse is the SI Newhouse School of Public Communications.
2-1, cut on and missed. And Newhouse offers a pretty wide variety of majors and areas of study, correct?
Yeah, for the most part. We have about 6 or 7. Let me think. I'm a broadcast and digital journalism major. I think Matt and John Metis are as well. And there's television, radio, and film, which is more kind of screenwriting. Newspaper and online journalism, photography, public relations, advertising. I'm sure I'm missing one, but there are at least 6.
The opportunities are endless, it sounds like. Breaking ball, low and outside corner, and Berger is rung up for the first out.
Beautiful breaking ball there by Ross Ochter. Back door, brings it right over the outside part of the plate. And Berger down looking.
Now it's Matt Deuce, the catcher. First pitch, fastball, high and inside. It misses, ball 1. Now, I did actually go to TripAdvisor during the break, Aiden, and I couldn't find Lowell Park on things to do in Cotuit.
Well, we'll have to put it there.
We might have to get that checked out. I doubt it's under restaurants or vacation rentals or lodging. Speaking of things to do in Cotuit, we have something pretty exciting tomorrow.
Oh, yes, we do.
For the 4th of July, right here at Lowell Park, we'll have a celebration which includes a dunk tank, a bouncy house, an obstacle course, face painting, all kinds of good stuff. Throw down to second, Jones turns it, throws on to first, and that 5-4-3 double play will end the 3rd inning. We'll talk more about the 4th of July celebration after this break.
The cheap plug will continue.
1-0 the score, Cotuit trailing after 2.5 at Lowell Park.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent-care.
1-0 the score, Cotuit down against the Falmouth Commodores going into the bottom of the 3rd at Lowell Park. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Kettleers. Corey Voss, A.J. Balta, Clay Fisher to bat here. Voss stands in. First pitch from Ponticelli, cut on and missed. Voss out in front of a breaking pitch, 0-1. And before that last break, Aiden, we were chatting about the July 4th celebration here at Lowell Park. What are you most looking forward to about the day?
I can't wait to see Mike Roberts get dunked in the dunk tank.
Oh, is he going in?
I've seen pictures in the past, and he's been the guy sitting on the ledge,
wow,
waiting for a youngster to throw one and hit the target, and he gets soaked. So that should definitely be interesting. Should be pretty funny.
Voss hits a high fly ball to right center field. Both outfielders going back, and this one is gone. Corey Voss's second home run of the year ties up this ball game, 1-1 in the third.
And Corey Voss gets a standing ovation from the home crowd here in Cotuit. Going the opposite way for that one out to right center field. That isn't exactly the power alley here at Lowell Park today. The wind blowing out towards left center. Corey Voss showing the power to all fields. Crushed that ball. That one got halfway up the trees.
That was a golf swing, too. Had to poke it from the low and outside portion of the plate and send it out of the yard.
We have an early favorite for you-know-what.
Stud of the game.
Stud of the game.
And it would fall in line with last night's stud of the game, too, because Jason DeLay had a homer last night, right?
Yes, he did.
Now A.J. Balta crushes one to right field. Back, and gone. Back-to-back jacks for the Kettleers in the third.
Back-to-back and a belly-to-belly. A.J. Balta to right field. Another moonshot for the Kettleers. That one was halfway up the trees over the Commodores bullpen. And now Cotuit on top just like that, 2-1.
Back-to-back indeed, and it looks like the Kettleers are charged up with a 2-1 lead. Clay Fisher will bat next, getting his first at-bat as a Kettleer in 2016. The shortstop out of UC Santa Barbara.
How would you like to be Clay Fisher right now? Your first at-bat, you try not to have too high of expectations. The two guys right before you have just hit home runs. You don't want to break that streak. You want to hit one out too. You want to pull one off the scoreboard out there in left
You don't
center.
think they'll give him a break, first at-bat? Just put him in play. Hits one left side. Shortstop McLaughlin tries to backhand and loses it, so Fisher is aboard.
That'll be an interesting scoring decision. That one was deep in the hole, and they do give him an infield single. That
Circled single.
That would have been a tough play for the shortstop McLaughlin. Almost had to have been a Derek Jeter jump throw over there from short in order to get Fisher. I think that's the right call, giving him the single. So Fisher now leading the Cape League in batting average. But then you look back in the
Perfect
dugout.
1 for 1.
You look back in the dugout, and Corey Voss and A.J. Balta are looking at you like, wow, you only hit a measly single. Why can't you hit a home run like us?
Step it up. Top of the order now, Grayson Genesta at the plate with an 0-1 count.
But in all seriousness, Clay Fisher hit that ball pretty hard deep in the hole, and it's a nice way to start off your Cape League career with a base hit.
He's a good player. Batted .285 this year with Santa Barbara. At a .332 on base percentage, 68 hits, 15 doubles, just one home run. So maybe he doesn't have the power that Voss and Balta have, so the expectations weren't that high. Fisher does have good speed too. 14 of 19 on stolen bases this college season. No balls, 2 strikes for Grayson Genesta, who is 0 for 1 with a fly out to center field.
And right now, I got to give a little shout out. I was just, scrolling through Twitter, seeing what our writers and the official Kettleers account are saying. Shout out to Grayson Genesta's mother, Monica. Shocker, Mama, you are the best. At Aiden Doyle gets my vote for Pride of Syracuse. I love it. That's Matt was asked by Jordan Pierce's mother today, hey, where's Matt? I love following him on Twitter. And so Matt's getting all this attention from, the players' families and this. And thank you, Miss Genesta. Really made my day here on this beautiful July 3rd.
Genesta flies out to left for out number 1. That's a nice little pick-me-up.
I had a long day today. A lot of July 4th weekend traffic.
Thought you didn't have to work.
Today was my off day. So I did indeed have a long day where I slept until 11 a.m. But besides that, I had to go all the way to Orleans, which is like 10 minutes from my house. But there was traffic, and traffic really gets under your skin.
Going on the pitch is Fisher. Klein pokes it down the left field line, but foul. Shouldn't you be used to this by now? You've been here for 19 years, right?
Yes, but I've only been driving for 2 of them. So,
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah. I've always just been sitting in the back of the track. Now I'm actually have to, I'm behind the wheel when people are sitting in the left-hand lane in the 2-lane highway doing 40 miles an hour.
The drive back from Wareham last night got tedious halfway through, too.
We ran out of songs to sing to, and our video producer, Hallie Harris, you and I,
you can only bump Katy Perry for so long.
And I will still argue to this day with you, Jason, Fireworks her best work.
Agree to disagree. Maybe tomorrow, Firework can be her best song for a day. Then we'll move on. 0-1 count for Jackson Klein. One down in the bottom of the third. Klein, it's a jam shot, bloop into center field. Gigliotti coming in, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Fisher retreats to first base.
Klein just gets under that one a little bit. Ponticelli with the good breaking ball there. Klein unable to square it up, so 2 down, but still runner on first, and one of the Kettleers' better hitters coming up to the plate in Cal Stevenson.
Stevenson is 0 for 1, grounded out to second base in the first inning. First 3 men this frame all reached, a couple of home runs, and then the single from Clay Fisher before Genesta and Klein popped out. 1-0 count. Kettleers up by a score of 2-1. Fisher with a good lead off of first. Ponticelli looking in for his sign. Now he's at the belt. Couple of checks in the 1-0. Misses downstairs.
I also just sent a screenshot of that tweet from Miss Genesta to Matt Feldman and John Mettis, the other 2 Syracuse interns here, and just to kind of rub it in a bit. That
they should know. They should know what's up.
Bow down, yes.
Matt Feldman, you can often hear on the Weekly Kettle.
The Weekly Kettle.
Kettleers podcast. You can catch the work of both Mettis and Feldman at kettleers.org. They've been doing an excellent job covering the team this summer, keeping you up to date with everything we learn each day, new events with the team. 2-1 count for Stevenson. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Evens the count at 2-2 with 2 down. Alonzo Jones waiting on deck.
2s across the board, Jason. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kettleers scoring 2 runs tonight so far. Deuces are wild here at Lowell Park.
Runner goes on the 2-2. Pitch inside. Throw down to second. Will they get Fisher? No. Deuce with a good arm. An on-target throw. But Clay Fisher too quick. Now he's in scoring position.
And there we see the speed that you talked about with Clay Fisher. Swipe in second. You got a good jump on that, and even with the accurate throw from Deuce, Fisher still able to get in there.
Ponticelli looks in for his sign with a 3-2 count. Now the payoff pitch. Hit on the ground right side. And that ball is just foul. Tristan Gray, the first baseman, waited on it. Must have missed the bag by just a matter of inches. After their first 6 men were set down, the Kettleers get an offensive outburst in the third. Back-to-back home runs to start the frame from Corey Voss and A.J. Balta. And they want to keep the inning going here. Fisher getting his lead off second as Ponticelli gets ready at the belt. Payoff pitch again. And again, Stevenson turns it foul.
Once again, showing good plate discipline, being a tough out at the plate. Fouling off pitches, working the count full. You just see how many pitches Stevenson sees every time he comes to the plate. Really gets under a pitcher's skin. Nothing more annoying for a pitcher than that one guy who just won't go away.
3-2 offering. Misses upstairs. Cal Stevenson with a great eye. Fouls off a bunch of pitches. And now he's aboard with 2 down.
There you see it. Cal Stevenson works to count full, fouls off pitches, and on base for the first time tonight continues. It just showing us what great plate discipline he has every time he steps up into the batter's box.
8th walk of the season for Stevenson. Men at first and second for Alonzo Jones, who is 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch fastball from Ponticelli in at the knees for a called strike. Jones grounded out to first base in the second inning. Sosnara would then ground out to short before Jordan Pierce flew out to center. Ponticelli from the stretch. Looks down to second a couple of times, checking on Fisher. Now the pitch. Hit on line, back up the middle into center field. Roberts waving around Fisher. He will score easily. Stevenson in at third base. Now he's going to hustle home. The throw in, it's over the head of the catcher Deuce and all the way to the backstop. 2 runs are in. Down to second goes Jones. Now it's 4-1 Cotuit in the third.
Alonzo Jones rips that one right back up the middle, and great base running there by Cal Stevenson. Recognizing the ball out in the outfield, kind of got away from the cutoff man, didn't come in as quickly as the Commodores would have liked. Read it very well, tries to take the extra base. Not an accurate throw by McLaughlin home. The throw went high over the head of Deuce, had to be backed up by Ponticelli, and the throw allowed Jones to take the extra base. This is where we see the aggressiveness. It's good to be aggressive on the base paths, but it's more important to be smart on the base paths. That's where they were both.
Stevenson so heads up, rounds third, then takes a peek, sees where the baseball is, and eventually scores. Kettleers up by 3 runs, and now Falmouth needs a chat on the mound. The Commodores talking over this current situation. They do have a left-handed pitcher warming up in their bullpen, but Ponticelli will remain on the bump for now. Tim Sosnara coming up. Kettleers have nearly batted around. Jordan Pierce awaits on deck, and then this inning's leadoff man, Corey Voss, would come to the plate.
And I don't think the Commodores want Corey Voss coming to the plate again here in the third inning after that home run out to right center in his first at-bat.
Sosnara steps into the box. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to short. Jones with a decent lead off of second. First pitch in the dirt. Scoots away from Deuce, and Jones will advance to third easily. Now Ponticelli has to be awfully careful because one more wild pitch, and Jones will score, making it a 5-1 ball game. One-0 count for Sosnara. The pitch. Ponticelli takes something off, finds the inner half, evens the count at 1-1. Falmouth took an early lead here, scoring 1 run in the first, but Cotuit has responded in a big way in the third. Up by 3 runs. 1-1. Hit in the air center field. Mike Gigliotti's busy day continues. He makes the catch. That does it for Cotuit in the third. They score 4 runs, though. A couple of home runs, both solo shots from Corey Voss and A.J. Balta in the frame. A total of 4 hits in that inning. No errors, 1 man left on. 4-1 Cotuit on top against the Falmouth Commodores after 3 innings at Lowell Park. Keep it right here. You're tuned in to Kettleers Baseball.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com, or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
And now we'll send it down to John Perez with a report from the sidelines.
You know, guys, obviously you know that today is final roster cut day around the league. One person that wasn't so sure that he was actually going to make the Cotuit Kettleers was pitcher David Garrix out of Division III Pomona Pitzer. in California. He said he actually woke up today and had not received a call from Roberts and saw on Twitter that his contract was not signed, sealed, and delivered. So about 11 to 11:30 today, he gets a phone call from Roberts and he starts to shake, picks up the phone, and Coach gives him the nod to say that he is on the team. So I spoke to him earlier. He said that it was the most nerve-wracking baseball experience that he's had in his life. We spoke about some other things too. You can check it out on tomorrow's Kettle Talk, coming right before the game against Falmouth. Guys, back to you.
Back here in the top of the fourth inning at Lowell Park, where the Kettleers, after a 4-run bottom of the third, now on top of the Falmouth Commodores by a score of 4-1. I'm Aiden Doyle, joined alongside by Jason Doro, as Ross Octor still on the mound for Cotuit, and he faces off against Josh Watson, right-handed hitting left fielder tonight for the Kettleers, or excuse me, for the Commodores. Watson 0 for 1, grounded out to third, and heading the count 2 balls, 1 strike. As Octor misses low and inside, count runs to 3-1. Octor working from the windup, kicks and fires. Fastball, this one catches the outer edge, and the count runs full. Caden Grenier waits on deck for Falmouth. As Octor, here's the payoff pitch, breaking ball, this one on the ground to first. Moving to his right as Genesta flips to a covering Octor, but he can't get there in time. And Josh Watson aboard with a leadoff single.
Tough play there for the Kettleers. Slow roller, right side. Genesta has no option but to field that ball himself. The second baseman, Jones, is not going to get to it in time. Octor, a little bit slow off the rubber, being a lefty, has to move from the left side of the infield and get over to first base. Watson showed off good speed, too. That's just a tough play.
Well, you mentioned it, the how long it takes for a lefty to get over to first base, simply because when they follow through, they're falling towards the third base line, away from first base, as Octor checks on Watson at first, who dives back safely. Caden Grenier up now for Falmouth, 0 for 1 tonight, grounded out to third, back in the second. Bats here with a man aboard as Octor works from the stretch. Kicks and delivers. Misses high with a fastball. Grenier heading the count, 1 ball, no strikes.
And now Mike Roberts wants to chat with his infield and Ross Octor. We know that David Garrix was warming in the bullpen, but now they have a lefty getting ready. Options for Cotuit in the fourth.
Nothing better than having options. When you have so many guys in the bullpen, and they do, the Kettleers have a very deep bullpen. A lot of guys who can go not only against both right-handed and left-handed hitters, but guys who can go multiple innings as well. Several guys in their bullpen who have been both starters and relievers, so they're very comfortable going multiple innings, which is a luxury not every team has. The meeting now over at Lowell Park as Mike Roberts retreats back to Kettleers' dugout. Caden Grenier ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. As Ross Octor comes to a set, kicks and fires. And this one's lined at the left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Played on a hop by Balta. Watson with a big turnaround second, but he retreats back, and the Falmouth Commodores have 2 men aboard with nobody down in the top of the fourth. Matt McLaughlin, the number 9 hitter, up now for Falmouth. 1 for 1 tonight, singled in the second, and then eventually stole second. And now Mike Roberts will come to the mound and looks like he's going to go to the bullpen. So we'll take a short break as the new pitcher for the Kettleers Unsure of who it is yet. Kind of looks like either Connor Simmons or Alec Bird. Although with those high socks, I think it's Connor Simmons comes into this game. It is Connor Simmons. Our video producer Kevin Condouris confirms it for us. So as Simmons jogs in and warms up, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after these quick messages.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today.
Well, Connor Simmons takes over for Ross Octor. The Kettleers stick with the Southpaws on the mound. Left-hander out of Georgia Southern University in now for Cotuit, and he inherits runners on first and second. Nobody down here in the top of the fourth, as number 9 hitter Matt McLaughlin at the plate for Falmouth. Simmons steps off the rubber, looks back at Josh Watson, who leads off second. McLaughlin, a right-handed hitter. As Simmons comes to a set, kicks and fires. McLaughlin drops down the bunt down the third baseline, fielded by Simmons. Long throw over to first. Dug out by Grayson Genesta in time for the first out of the inning, and the Falmouth Commodores dugout doesn't like that call very much. Very close play over at first base. Very tough play for Connor Simmons coming off the mound, having to throw kind of falling away off his back foot. Low throw, but a nice play by Grayson Genesta to dig it out at first.
Bang, bang play at first base. So hard to say, but a great job by Simmons. Give him credit getting off the mound, getting to that baseball, which was perfectly placed by McLaughlin, and then the dig by Genesta at first is huge.
Top of the order now for the Commodores, as Mike Gigliotti looks at ball one as Simmons misses outside with a fastball. Gigliotti, lefty, out of Lipscomb University. Lefty-lefty matchup here as Simmons kicks and fires. This one misses in the dirt. Nice block by Tim Susnar. Count moves to 2 balls, no strikes.
This is Connor Simmons' 4th appearance, by the way. He's only appeared out of the bullpen, has a 5.78 ERA and a 1-1 record.
Gigliotti 0 for 1 tonight, reached on a walk back in the second, and he's ahead in the count, 3 balls, no strikes as Simmons misses low and outside. Simmons looking into Tim Susnara, gets what he wants, and now comes to a set. Kicks, and here's the 3-0. Fastball, this one in at the knees for strike one.
This could turn out to be a long ball game if it continues to move at the pace it is. A lot more scoring than we've seen in most Kettleers games this season.
Simmons misses low and outside, so the bases are now loaded for Falmouth, and the go-ahead run up at the plate in Tristan Gray as Gigliotti reaches for the second time tonight via the walk. Gray, the number 2 hitter for Falmouth, 1 for 2 tonight, singled in the first and would come around to score, and then flew out to left in the second. He bats here with 1 down, another lefty-lefty matchup. As Simmons comes to a set. Double plays in order for the Kettleers, so the corners are in. The rest of the infield at double play depth as Gray fouls this one straight back to the backstop.
Simmons, like Octor, more of a crafty lefty. Not a whole lot of pace on his fastball, but he mixes pitches a lot, and he's going to work the changeup and the breaking ball when he's on the rubber. Just like that.
Saying there's the changeup from Simmons. Just misses off the outside part of the plate. Count even said 1 ball and 1 strike to Gray. Simmons looks into Susnora. Now comes to a set. Kicks in. Here's the 1-1. Another one fouled straight back. Just misses the press box. And hits a car and bounces away. Just misses a gentleman in some nice yellow shorts. And the count moves to 1-2. Do you own a pair of nice yellow shorts, Jason?
Not yellow.
You got to get on that. I have some
blue,
nice
red.
yellow shorts.
Oh, yeah? Are we going to see those at some point this season?
I've worn them. You just
That's
didn't match. Come on, man. And the 1-2 from Simmons. Breaking ball low and outside. Check swing from Gray. They appeal to the third base umpire, who's situated out by second base with the bases loaded, and he says he did not go, so the count evens at 2-2. Simmons from the set. Here's a 2-2. Another breaking ball. This one misses outside, and the count runs full.
Now this is becoming a tough situation for Mike Roberts. When you bring a guy out of the pen, really you want to see him throw strikes, especially when he comes in with men on second and third. Bases loaded. He has to be in the zone.
This one lined back up the middle, and it is caught on a line by Alonzo Jones, and he catches Caden Grenier off the base at second for the double play, unassisted double play for Alonzo Jones for the third out of the inning. So the Kettleers get out of a bases-loaded jam. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on. After 3.5, Cotuit on top of Falmouth, 4-1. You're listening to Kettleers Baseball.
Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists, who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
6-7-8 coming up for the Cotuit Kettleers in the bottom of the fourth. Jordan Pierce, Corey Voss, and A.J. Balta do up, and Pierce looks at ball one from a new pitcher, John Sparks, left-hander out of Austin Peay University. On the mound now for the Commodores, and he misses outside with ball one. Lefty-lefty matchup here between Sparks and Pierce. As Sparks misses outside with the fastball, Pierce ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the 2-0 from Sparks. Misses same place again. Pierce head in the count, 3-0. Pierce 0 for 1 tonight. Flew out to center in his first at-bat back in the second. And he works a 4-pitch walk here as Sparks misses with a fastball just off the outside edge of the plate.
One thing we talked about early this season, Aiden, pretty frequently actually, was stringing together hits and having long innings, putting together a lot of runs, and having timely hitting for that matter. Finally, that's something that seems to be coming along for the Kettleers. The back-to-back home runs, which eventually turned into a 4-run inning in the third. Let's see if they can chain something together again here in the fourth.
John Sparks working from the stretch as Pierce leads off of first, and he throws over. But Pierce back easily. Corey Voss now up for the Kettleers. 1 for 1 tonight. He went to right center field for his second home run of the year back in the third. A solo shot that tied this game at 1. And Voss ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes, as Sparks throws his 5th consecutive ball to start his appearance tonight at Lowell Park.
Not what you're looking for. A couple of relievers come in and show some trouble in finding the strike zone.
Voss, like I mentioned, 1 for 1. Sparks comes to a set now, kicks and fires. This one misses inside with a fastball. Voss ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes.
By the way, I don't think we showed enough appreciation for how the Kettleers got out of that last frame with the bases juiced, line drive right to Alonzo Jones, who steps on second base. That's exactly what they wanted. That play couldn't have ended any better for them.
Voss takes a strike over the inside part of the plate. Count now 2-1. And typically, you see double plays, 5-4-3, 6-4-3, 4-6-3, somewhere in that neighborhood. The double play. Pitcher's best friend there, Alonzo Jones, takes care of it himself. As John Sparks checks on Jordan Pierce at first, who gets back safely.
And Falmouth has come to the plate 4 times tonight. They've left 7 runners on base. They left the bases loaded in the first. In the fourth, the bases were loaded, but they technically only left 2 on. And they left 2 on in the second. They're leaving guys everywhere, and Cotuit has taken advantage at the plate.
That is for sure, and they lead this game 4-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Corey Voss takes a fastball inside for ball 4. So John Sparks has walked the first 2 batters of the bottom of the fourth inning, and now 2 men aboard for A.J. Balta.
And the leash might be pretty short with Sparks, according to our video producer, Kevin Conduras. 2 different Commodores have got up in the bullpen, and Turner Larkins and Brett Gilchrist. And they've both been getting ready to potentially enter this ball game.
And one of them will, as John Sparks sees 2 batters, and he's coming out of this game. Falmouth goes to the bullpen for the second time tonight here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We're going to take a short break as the new pitcher comes in for the Commodores. We'll be back after these short messages.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
Brett Gilchrist now on the bump for the Commodores out of Dallas Baptist University. He's appeared in 4 games this season for the Commodores, worked 8 innings, and is yet to give up an earned run. And he comes into a situation here less than favorable. 2 runners on for Cotuit as Jordan Pierce leads off of second, Corey Voss off of first, and A.J. Balta up to the plate. He shows bunt, and he drops this one down to third. Willie Berger fields throw onto first, not in time, and A.J. Balta with the bunt single. Now the bases are loaded for the number 9 hitter, Clay Fisher.
Perfect bunt from Balta, and Falmouth didn't seem ready for that. Willie Berger was playing even with the baseline, with men on first and second and nobody down. Commodores just didn't seem to think a bunt was coming, but Cotuit up 3 runs. That's the perfect situation. Just move guys into scoring position.
You mentioned the perfect situation. It is the perfect situation, but how many times do you really see a guy hit a moonshot home run and then bunt for a hit in his next at-bat? You know, Balta lulling the Commodores into a sense of, oh, we got to play back on this guy, and he makes them pay for it.
Balta can do so much, though. He led Oregon in triples, home runs, RBI, total bases, and slugging percentage this year.
Oh, is that it? Just those categories?
That's it, yeah.
As Clay Fisher now ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. So Sparks still responsible for Pierce and Voss on second and third. Gilchrist responsible for Balta on first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th, and Fisher puts a charge into this one deep to left field. Moving back is Watson, and he'll watch it go. Grand slam, Clay Fisher, 8-1 Kettleers. What a shot by Clay Fisher. Deep to left center field into the trees here at Lowell Park. It's Cotuit's 3rd home run of the night. Welcome to the Cape League. Welcome to Lowell Park. Welcome to Cotuit. Clay Fisher, you're 2 for 2 tonight, 2 runs scored, and 4 RBI after that grand slam. You don't have any words, Jason.
You said all that needed to be said. I was about to say, welcome to Cotuit, Clay Fisher. You hit that right on the head. 3 home runs tonight. The offense is exploding.
You know
and
something?
it's at the right time.
We talked about when Fisher got up for the first time, he only hit a measly single. Because, coming up after 2 consecutive home runs.
Well, now he gets to go back to the dugout and say, hey guys.
Neither one of you has a grand slam.
And 2 hits, buddy, and 2 hits.
Wow. So Grayson Genesta in the top of the order, and Genesta puts a charge into this one to right field, and Larnick will watch it go. Back-to-back home runs for the second time tonight. Grayson Genesta, this one to right field. Cotuit is pouring it on here at Lowell Park. They now lead this one 9-1 in the bottom of the 4th.
When it rains, it absolutely pours. Back-to-back jacks in back-to-back innings?
What is going on here at Lowell Park?
Kettleers channeling their inner Drake tonight, I have to tell you.
Now you leave me without word. How am I supposed to come back from that? Our own Matt Feldman, who's running the Twitter account tonight, tweeted a GIF of Drake after Voss and Balta went back-to-back. Now as Fisher and Genesta goes back-to-back as Klein lines out to second. Let's see what Feldman comes up with this time. I think he's running out of GIFs. Wow. No words for that sequence right there.
How many home runs did they enter this game with? 4?
4, I believe.
Doubled it tonight. Doubled their home run output for the season in 1 ball game. Does that tell you enough? This is the 20th game of the season. Incredible.
Cal Stevenson up at the plate now for Cotuit. And he takes a breaking ball in the dirt right by the feet. Count evens at 1-1. And Matt Feldman is having a field day with the Kettleers Twitter account. GIF after GIF after GIF. Here's one with DJ Collett. Another one with Drake. This is the greatest day of Matt Feldman's life as Cal Stevenson takes a strike over the inside part of the plate. And another shout out here as the count 1-2 to Stevenson. Gilchrist misses low in the dirt. Count evens at 2-2. To miss Monica Genesta after Alonzo Jones turned that double play. She just tweets out Alonzo decides to put his name in the hat for the Cotuit Kettleers stud of the game. This is catching on. This is the greatest day of my life, Jason.
Well, I'm happy for you, Aiden. I'm very happy for you.
There are so many guys who, I guess right now the favorite has to be Clay Fisher, but there's so many guys who could win it. As Stevenson grounds this one back up through the middle, and the hit parade continues for the Cotuit Kettleers. They have their 4th hit of the inning, and another man aboard as Alonzo Jones steps to the plate.
You know what it is, Aiden? New scorebook.
It's the new scorebook, Jason. That's exactly what it is.
I can burn this old one. You're going to have a tough time tonight. I don't think you're going to be able to fall asleep looking at 7, 8, and 9 in the Cotuit order and trying to pick who's stud of the game tonight. Actually, and we've only played 4 innings. We have half the baseball game left to go.
There's so much more time for activities.
Jeez.
1-0 the count on Alonzo Jones, number 4 hitter tonight, 1 for 2. As Gilchrist checks on Stevenson at first. 7, 8, 9 tonight in the Kettleers order. Corey Voss, 1 for 1, home run, RBI, 2 runs scored. AJ Balta, 2 for 2, home run, RBI, 2 runs scored. Clay Fisher, 2 for 2, grand slam, 2 runs scored, stolen base. And now Falmouth looks like they may go back to the bullpen once again. Manager walking out. This may just be a mound visit as the rest of the infield not coming in. It is indeed just a mound visit, it looks like, but Falmouth does have a right-hander warming up in their bullpen.
Well, do you remember the last time that Falmouth was here, Aiden?
It was
June 23rd?
11-2.
11-2.
Falmouth.
This must feel a whole lot different for both teams.
We said it's a different Kettleers team, and they are proving it tonight as they are pouring it on. You know, it's supposed to be a beautiful 4th of July weekend here on the Cape, but you said it best. When it rains, it pours. Although there are some clouds in the sky here at Lowell Park. But that's completely besides the point.
It pours home runs sometimes.
This is unbelievable. Four home runs tonight for the Cotuit Kettleers.
In 2 innings, nonetheless.
Well, yeah, we're in the 4th, but they've done it in 2 innings, then the 3rd and the 4th. As Gilchrist misses in the dirt with a fastball, Jones ahead in the count now, 3 balls, no strikes. Right-handed Gilchrist comes to a set now to Alonzo Jones, and he takes strike 1 as Gilchrist took a little something off that. And Mitch Genesis is really getting into it with the Kettleers interns tonight as Jones swings through the off-speed pitch, gets a piece of it. John Perez and her tweeting back and forth. She and Matt Feldman are tweeting back and forth. It's a lively night in the Twitter sphere, on the Kettleers Twitter sphere tonight. Just, what is going on? I'm still catching up in my scorebook as far as shading in all the diamonds. Stevenson takes off as Jones fouls this away. Full count now on Alonzo Jones with 1 down in the bottom of the 4th as Stevenson jogs back to first. And Gilchrist checks on Stevenson, who gets back safely. Matt Feldman continues to have an absolute field day with the gifs on the Kettleers Twitter page. It's unbelievable. And Stevenson off again. Jones skies this one in the air, drifting towards the Commodores dugout, and that one will get out of play. Gray made the effort, got all the way to the railing in front of the Commodores dugout, but ran out of room. So the count remains full for Alonzo Jones. Stevenson still leads off at first.
Notice Mike Roberts is not done yet. 3-2 count, 1 down. You don't necessarily have to steal here. It's a good situation to do so. Cal Stevenson was off with that pitch.
Gilchrist comes to a set, and here's the payoff pitch. Stevenson off again, and Jones skies this one in the air to center. Moving in is Gigliotti. He camps underneath it and puts it away for out number 2 as Stevenson retreats back to first. Tim Susnara coming to the plate now for Cotuit. They have officially batted around here in the bottom of the 4th as this inning led off with Jordan Pierce walking, and Susnara, the number 5 hitter tonight for Cotuit, comes to the plate. This is his 3rd at-bat tonight. He's 0 for 2. He's got his 3rd at-bat already. It's the 4th inning. Wow.
Unforeseen.
Right-handed Gilchrist deals, and this one's fouled straight back at us. Notice I didn't flinch that time, Jason.
Did you bring your glove
No,
tonight?
I didn't. I didn't bring the glove. Relax, I forgot it. I'm sorry. So 0-1 the count on. So I can't protect you unless I use my bare hands.
Good, because I wasn't expecting you to protect me.
Oh, that was uncalled. 0-1 the count on Susnara as the fastball from Gilchrist catches the outside part of the plate. Susnara behind the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Gilchrist comes to a set after getting the sign from Deuce, and here's the 0-2. This one's chopped foul down the first base line. Susnara stays alive.
Another good sign for Cotuit right now is how many few pitchers they've used over the last week. Mike Roberts has limitless arms in his bullpen right now. He got 3 innings out of Octor. Simmons just needed a couple pitches in that 4th, so.
And here's the 0-2, and Susnara down looking as Gilchrist pours in a breaking ball. You mentioned those limitless arms. One of them is in the broadcast booth with us right now, Josh Robertson out of UNC Wilmington. We're going to take a short break as we move to the top of the 5th inning. But when we come back in the top of the fifth, Robertson will join us here in the booth, and it's our every home game player interview, as you have all come to know it. Thank you for listening, and as we move to the top of the fifth inning, Cotuit on top of Falmouth, 9-1.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Top of the fifth inning now at Lowell Park. Connor Simmons still on the mound for the Kettleers. He'll have to deal with 3, 4, 5 in the Falmouth Commodores order. Trevor Larnick, right fielder for the Commodores tonight, digs in lefty-lefty matchup. Larnick 1 for 2 tonight, and he takes strike 1 in at the knees from Simmons, who comes to a set now, kicks and fires breaking ball that Larnick swings through. Like I mentioned before going to that break, we are joined in the booth now by Josh Robertson, right-handed pitcher for the Kettleers this season. Josh, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And what are your thoughts on the home run barrage that the Kettleers have put in order tonight as Simmons gets Larnick looking on the fastball?
I think we're just giving the 4th of July crowd an early fireworks show tonight.
I love it.
I was prepared for that question. I've been thinking about it for a while, actually. So.
Well, you had to know it was coming after that inning. It seems like if you were ever an Oprah fan when she starts giving out gifts to the crowd, you get a car and you get a car. It seems like everybody's getting a home run tonight.
Everyone's getting a home run. Yep, that's what it looks like.
As Willie Berger takes ball 1, low and inside. Now, how have things been going for you out there on the mound? You appeared yesterday against the Gatemen in Wareham. You look pretty good.
Yeah, it felt good. Whenever you can throw strikes and just get ahead with the fastball, that's usually when you're pretty successful, and I was able to do that for the most part last night.
As Berger now ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes, as Connor Simmons looks into Tim Susnara. And things overall for the team much improved from the start of the season.
Absolutely.
Going into last night, you have won 3 of your last 5. You're up 9-1 here at home at Lowell Park.
Right.
Just all facets of the game looking much better.
Absolutely, and I think even with the losses, our last 5 or 6 losses, I think have only been by 1 run. And in those games, it's just a toss-up that we haven't been able to come out on top yet. But we're definitely playing better.
Berger puts a charge into this one, but right at Cal Stevenson, and he'll put it away for out number 2. Now it's 4th of July weekend here on the Cape. Tomorrow we've got a big parade coming up. There are 2 parades that the Kettleers appear in, one in Cotuit and one in Centerville. Do you know which one you're in?
I'm hoping I'm in the one in Cotuit because I live just right down the road.
That would be convenient.
Yeah, hopefully that one. But I'm cool with either one. 4th of July is always really fun, especially in a small town like this. So I think it's definitely something to look forward to.
Simmons fires a fastball in over the inner part of the plate. And the count 0-1 to Matt Deuce, left-handed hitting catcher. Has reached base twice tonight, once via the walk and once via the hit by pitch, and he fouls this one straight back. And either way, no matter which parade you're in, you either get Jason or me. or I don't know, my mom's an English teacher. She's going to correct me on that when I'm home. I'm in the Centerville parade. Jason's in the Cotuit parade. So no matter where you are going to be graced with our presence.
Absolutely.
As Deuce puts a charge into this one deep in the left field, and that one will get down and go for extra bases. Deuce into second, standing up, and the Commodores have a 2-out double here in the top of the fifth. Jason saying you can't get away from us, and I guess that's the case. You've been up here before. Do you like coming up here in the middle?
I do. I enjoy it. It's really relaxed up here, and sometimes you just get bored in the bullpen on days you're not pitching.
Now,
yep.
Last home game when the Kettleers took on the who were they? They took on the Gatemen on Friday night in a victory. We had Colton Hawk and Cal Becker up here in the booth, and we talked to Cal about who was the biggest jokester on the team because his name came up in the conversation.
He didn't say himself?
No, he didn't say himself. He threw your name in there. How would you?
My name.
Your name, and you seem surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean I'm more of a subtle guy, I guess, but.
Well, that's what he said. You have that subtle type of humor that, if you're not looking for it, you don't always see it. But he says, you're a funny guy. You have the bullpen cracking up. You got a lot of guys laughing. It's just people who aren't around you all the time, who don't know you all that well, might not see it.
Well, I appreciate that, Cal. I mean, I pride myself sometimes on being a little witty on some of the stuff I say, but yeah, that's kind of a surprise because he's one of the funniest guys I've ever met.
That's what when we were actually had that conversation into the bullpen, and while we're in here, the top of the fifth is now over. The the Commodores went down in order 1, 2, 3, but we were talking with a lot of guys in the bullpen. You must have been off stretching or doing something, and I want to say we were talking to Ross Octor, or I completely forget who we were talking to actually, and your name came up with Cal.
Uh-huh.
Cal's name came up. Aaron Mayer.
Mayer was funny.
That's what they said. Mayer was a funny guy as well. So there were a lot of guys who came up, but he said you had that subtle type of humor.
Yeah, I guess I've been told that before. Good for me, I guess.
It's always good to have a funny guy,
Absolutely.
especially in the bullpen. Pitchers are creatures of habit, and we've seen some of the shenanigans that have gone on, not only in the bullpen and the dugout. Last night, Corey Voss and Jordan Pierce constructing some sort of make-believe weapon out of Gatorade cups and a bat. And then they had the sniper and the lookout guy, so who knows what's going on.
You never know. Yep, you never know.
But you got to believe that relaxed type of nature leads to better chemistry, and when you have a relaxed team, it takes a lot of the edge off, and you can play better baseball.
Absolutely. And I think that's shown. I think we've played really, really well lately, and I think we're starting to get hot at the right time. So, I think we should just keep doing what we're doing. But there's definitely a relaxed feel in the dugout at this point.
And as we move to the bottom of the fifth inning, Jordan Pierce leading things off for the Kettleers for the second consecutive inning after that 5-run fourth inning where we saw a whole barrage of home runs, one coming from Clay Fisher, one coming from Grayson Genesta, as Pierce takes strike one over the inner part of the plate. Thursday, you guys have an off day, but you guys are having a special occasion. You're going up to Fenway for a workout. You excited?
I actually don't know if I get to go since I'm a pitcher, but
How do you not get to go?
I have to work camp. I'm going to try to make the drive up there, though. I really, really wanted to go. I was kind of bummed, but
Jason and I get to go. We will gladly give you our spot. I live here. I get to go to Fenway whenever I want.
Do you know what time it's at?
It's sometime in the morning.
Okay, yeah. See, I have to work camp.
I'll work camp. I mean, I played Little League Baseball. I can teach these kids a couple things.
But yeah, I was looking forward to that. Maybe just because not every day you get to set foot on a major league field.
That's very true, as Pierce puts a charge into this one. Deep to right field. Larnick and Gigliotti nearly collide out in right center, but it's Larnick who puts it away for out number one. Now, growing up, you attend UNC Wilmington. Where are you originally from?
Right around Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Okay. So growing up, were you North Carolina doesn't have a professional baseball team. Who are you a fan of?
Atlanta Braves.
Okay, so you're a Braves fan.
Most of the people in that area were Braves fans, yeah.
Actually, one of my brothers has a friend,
lives in Salisbury, North Carolina.
Okay, that's
and
not
he's a
far
big
from me at
Braves
all,
fan.
yeah.
Actually, my brother went to High Point, so.
Okay, yeah, that's like 15 minutes from
Yeah,
me.
exactly. Now, were you a Wake Forest fan growing up?
Not many people were really Wake Forest fans. I was more of a UNC Chapel Hill fan.
Okay.
But I would go to all the games and stuff.
As we look back at our very special guest today, Brian Roberts, son of head coach of the Kettleers, Mike Roberts, who originally attended the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
Yes, sir.
And Mike Roberts was the head coach of the Tar Heels.
Right.
So 1-1 the count to Corey Voss now as Gilchrist comes to a set, kicks and delivers. This one misses in the dirt. Voss ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. So growing up as a Braves fan, you had some pretty successful teams. There's the Bobby Cox, Tom
Right.
Glavine, Greg Maddux, John Smoltz era.
Absolutely.
Did you have, as a pitcher, did you have one of those guys who you really try to model your
Well, actually,
game
growing
after?
up, I was always a position player, like a lot of younger guys are, and I always really aspired to be like Chipper Jones. I was always a big Chipper Jones guy.
It's not a bad role model.
But I definitely like Greg Maddux too. Watching him pitch, he just proved that it's not all about like what kind of stuff you have. It's just spotting everything up.
As Voss goes down swinging for the second out of the inning, A.J. Balta coming to the dish now for the Kettleers. And like I mentioned, you got to see some very successful teams. But you mentioned you were a Tar Heels fan growing up. What led you to choose UNC Wilmington?
Dad was a Tar Heels fan, and then my older brother Jake, he's a diehard Carolina fan, always watching the basketball games, football games.
As Jared Padgett comes into the booth now. It's a crowded booth here at Lowell Park. We have far too many people in here. I feel like we're violating the fire code or something. As A.J. Balta swings through the off-speed pitch. 1-1 now the count on Balta. 2 for 2 tonight. Now, what is the mascot for UNC Wilmington? It looks like a bird.
It's a Seahawk.
Seahawk,
It's a
okay.
Seahawk, yep.
Now, we have some Seahawks here on the Cape.
Yeah, aren't they called ospreys?
Well,
Ospreys?
it's basically the same animal. There's very slight variations between all of them. Cape Cod Academy, actually, which is in Osterville, very close to Cotuit, as Balta looks at strike 2 over the outside part of the plate, are the Seahawks.
Right.
So, do you like seeing the Seahawks here? Does it remind you of home?
I really don't see a whole lot back home, to be honest with you. Not really something I look for, I guess. I'm not that big of a bird watcher, but I guess it's kind of comforting.
Not a very common mascot. We've seen actually more Seawolves than we've seen Seahawks as Balta fouls this one away over the third base bleachers. And you talked about working with the campers here for the Kettleers. Every Cape League team has a youth clinic that runs in the morning several days throughout the week for several weeks throughout the summer. What's it like working with the youngsters here on the Cape?
They're really good kids. You know,
Balta hits this one deep to right field, drifting back as Lornick, and he catches this one just short of the fence. Balta about 10 feet away from his second home run of the night.
Right, but yeah, they're really good kids. You know, I've worked camps in high school, and there's been always a bad bunch or a bad group, but you know, these kids are really, you know, well-raised kids, and they're pretty good ball players too. So it's really not too hard to coach them up, and you know, it's a pleasure.
All right, well, that'll do it for the 5th inning here at Lowell Park. That was Josh Robertson, pitcher for the Kettleers this season out of UNC Wilmington. Josh, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, as we move to the top of the 6th inning, Cotuit still on top of Falmouth 9-1. You're locked in to Kettleers baseball. Top of the 6th here at Lowell Park. 6-7-8 due up for the Falmouth Commodores. Kettleers still on top of Falmouth by a score of 9-1. Connor Simmons still on the mound for Cotuit, as this one's chopped foul behind the plate. We are joined now in the booth by another very special guest, Brian Roberts, former second baseman for the Baltimore Orioles and the New York Yankees. 14 years in the major leagues, two-time All-Star. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Now, you're here on the Cape watching your father, Mike, coach the Kettleers. They got off to a bit of a rough start, but they really seem to have turned things around. I know you haven't been here for a while, but what have you seen in this team? They've looked pretty good since you've been here. Maybe you're the good luck charm.
They've been really good since we've been here. I've been told numerous times that we may not be allowed to leave. So they're swinging the bats very well right now. You know, this is, I think, something that is an adjustment period for a lot of these guys when they get up here. And it was an adjustment for me when I came here in 1998 to play in the Cape, that getting used to the wood bat takes a little bit of time. And I think that some of these guys are really starting to figure it out. And we've seen a lot more home runs lately. And so they're playing well. It's been fun to watch.
A lot more home runs, that is for sure. Simmons ahead in the count, 1-2. Misses downstairs with a breaking ball. Count evens 2-2. And you mentioned being told not to leave. The other day, your son Jax, he's 2 years old. He was out riding around with Coach Brian Scott out of one of the golf carts, dragging the dirt out in the infield. Does he want to leave? It seems like he's having a great time here.
No, he does not want to leave. I asked him today, actually. I said, "You ready to go back to Sarasota?" He said, "No, I want to stay in Cape Cod." So he loves it. You know, he gets to be with his grandpa, which is also known as Grumps, and Coach Roberts, and his two cousins, my nephews that are 7 and 5. And, you know, it's a really good time, a really great atmosphere for these kids to be around, and kind of the way I grew up around the field. It's awesome.
This one chopped towards second. Speedy Lawrence running down the line, but throw from Jones in time for the first out of the inning. And you mentioned the atmosphere around here. It's got to be wonderful watching, your 2-year-old son not only interact with his cousins, but some of the other members of the Cotuit community here. Your dad talked a lot in our pre-season lunch, dinner, party, skits. It was all over the place. You should have seen him as Elvis. I have videos if you want to see him. They're fantastic. But he talked a lot about the community, that he enjoys coming back here every summer so much. It's got to be great, watching Jax throw with members, not only, like I mentioned, his cousins, but also other members of the community.
Well, I haven't had the opportunity just with my career to be up here much, and my sister has with her boys, and it's been very neat to be here this week and see how plugged in my dad is in this community, and just how gracious everybody is in this community with the time that they take with any kids, but certainly our family and my dad's family and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's a really close-knit, tight-knit community. And as you can see by the stands and all the cars out there, they love the Kettleers, and that's really, I think, an awesome thing to have in a community.
That they do. A large crowd here at Lowell Park tonight, and they're seeing a strong performance from their team. Cotuit on top, 9-1. And Jax, we've seen him throwing around so much. Only 2 years old. Obviously coming from a baseball family. Is he interested in any other sports, or is he really just growing up around America's pastime?
The funny thing is, I think I tried to steer him away from baseball for a while because I just wasn't sure if I wanted it to go that direction necessarily. But I try to put everything in front of him that I can. Let him choose whatever he enjoys, whatever he likes. He likes everything with a ball. He loves trucks. He loves swimming. He's a boy. He's a boy's boy. So he definitely likes baseball, and we'll see where it goes. I just want him to have fun, whatever he's doing. I think that's the key to every kid that's out there doing stuff.
Now, switching more towards your baseball career, the Cape League All-Star Game's coming up on July 23rd in Chatham. Major League Baseball's All-Star Game coming up on July 12th in San Diego. You made 2 All-Star teams. Do you have any favorite memories from your time as an All-Star with the Orioles?
Yeah, I did not make a Cape League All-Star team. However, I guess I would take the All-Star game, the Major League All-Star game over the Cape League All-Star game. But I have a lot of that was some of my fondest memories of my career for sure, is playing in those 2 All-Star games. One in Detroit in 2005, one in San Francisco in 2007. I was a part of the only inside the park home run. I was on first base, and Ichiro, we were in San Francisco, and he hits one off the right field wall. It ricochets around, and I have some great pictures of Ichiro crossing home plate, high-fiving, and so it's really a cool opportunity when you get to be around all those different guys and see different guys' personalities in the locker room that you may not see on the field.
A lot of great players on that team. You mentioned the Ichiro inside the park home run. That was going to be my next comment. It was like, what was it like being there for some All-Star game history? Now, I have to ask this. I've always wondered this from a player's perspective. Are you a fan of Major League Baseball letting the All-Star game decide home field advantage, or would you prefer just go to the team with the best record?
I hate it.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's silly. I think that the All-Star game is an exhibition. It should be for fun. It should be for the fans. It should not count. It definitely should not determine something as important as home field advantage for the World Series. I mean, that is a
backhanded stab by Connor Simmons. Throw on to second in time. Throw on to first. That one in time as well. 1-6-3 goes to double play. And the Kettleers get out of it, moving to the bottom of the sixth. They're still on top 9-1. But
yeah, I think it's crucial. Home field advantage is crucial when it comes to the World Series. And you're not running. If that's the case, then you need to let guys play 9 innings. You need to let a pitcher go 7 strong or whatever. And so I understand why they did it at some point, just because I think that something needed to change, but I don't think that that's the answer.
Now, another baseball question. You were a switch hitter in your major league career. We've seen a lot of guys. Mark Teixeira comes to mind for me. Says hits for a higher average from the right-handed side, more power from the left-hand side. But then you also have a guy like Carlos Beltran who hits for basically the same average from both sides. Did you prefer left-handed versus right-handed, or did you hit for more power from one side? What was it like?
The hard part about switching, I think, is sometimes it flip-flops and it rotates. And some years I felt great one way and didn't feel as good the other way. And then the next year or 2 years later, it completely rotate and I feel good right hand, not left hand or whatever. So I had a chance to play with both of the guys that you mentioned, in Teixeira and Beltran. And you're right. I mean, theirs were pretty obvious. That Tex, may have been a higher average guy from one side, more power. Carlos is by far the closest I've ever seen a switch hitter from both sides of the plate when it came to average power. Chipper Jones obviously would come to mind as well, but it is so difficult to be that good from both sides of the plate, and you're never going to feel locked in on both sides. That's the hard part, and it's a frustrating thing, but it's certainly an advantage if you can make it work.
And you talk about playing with Teixeira and Beltran coming with your time with the Yankees, which is also during Derek Jeter's final season with New York. You also played with Cal Ripken Jr., two of the greatest shortstops of all time. Now, obviously, you played with Ripken when you were a bit younger. What did he teach you when you were coming up as a younger player in the major leagues, one of the best mentors you could possibly have in the game? And then what did you see from Jeter that maybe have reminded you of Cal Ripken?
Yeah, I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to play with Cal in his final year, Derek in his final year as well. And it was so different because my careers were at such different times. So my rookie year was Cal's last year. I was intimidated. I was scared. I was everything you could think of. And so I was trying to learn things from Cal, but at the time I was just also trying to survive, But I had the opportunity to be around him. He's just, what you notice in both of them is, one, how professional they are on and off the field. Obviously, they're just great ambassadors for the game all the way around. Two is they're creatures of habit, and they are routine oriented, and they do the same thing every single day. And what kids I think don't understand is the importance of fundamentals. And if I could tell these kids that every single day Cal would be on the tee hitting, Derek Jeter would be on the tee hitting. Every single day they're taking their ground balls, they're throwing them to first base, they're trying not to miss them, they're playing games to see how perfect they can be at them. So that's what I think you notice with the great ones, is just how meticulous they are and in their preparation.
You talk about preparation. What was one thing you did before every game, or how you prepared for each season, going down to Sarasota where the Orioles have their spring training? What was one thing you did to prepare not only for each season but for each game as well?
Well, for each season, most of my career I spent in Arizona at a place called Athletes Performance, training with a lot of other guys, a lot of Red Sox guys actually, Pedroia, Youkilis, Jacoby Ellsbury, all those guys. We worked out together, and we would do two-a-days for 5 days a week, 6 days a week for 3 months, getting ready and just trying to get our body in the best physical shape that we could get in, both strength-wise and speed, and working all of those things.
As Fisher hits one deep in the air to right field. Larnick drifting back, and he puts it away for out number 1.
So, that was the off season, was just preparing to get ready for a season. And then during the season, and you had to find a routine that worked for you. And that took me a little bit of time to figure out what was going to work for me. But I always wanted to make sure that I always hit off a tee, that I always took my ground balls, that I always threw to first base, I always flipped to second base, I always worked on my double play turns. And so you just get into a routine and you find things that work for you and prepare you for the game. And that is hard to find sometimes, and it may take a little bit for our guys.
One of the things that people up here in Massachusetts may not know about you, because they probably don't have the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network. You're also a contributor for Masson. You're up here in the booth. You got to feel pretty comfortable up here with a headset on.
It's been different, that's for sure. It's fun. I've enjoyed the other side of the game, and it's something that has kind of always interested me. Something that maybe I can work on and try to work on and improve, and maybe give some sort of angle to a game that people don't see or don't know. And it's kind of being able to relay what you do on the field to a fan, a casual fan, and let them get a glimpse inside the game. So it's been fun to mess around with.
And you talk about trying to bring a new angle to the game. We're continuing your career after playing. Obviously, your dad coaching these Kettleers, been a coach for a long time. Do you see yourself sticking up in the broadcast booth, or would you rather try and get back involved? Derek Jeter talked about wanting to own a team, or
maybe
would you
let me in on that one.
So you want to coach, you want to own, you want to go into executive front office position. There are a lot of ways to get involved with the game.
There are, and I think I've taken about a year and a half or so just to kind of enjoy my family, take some time away after 15 years of traveling nonstop and going. I'm trying to find that niche a little bit.
As Genesta flies this one in the air to left, moving over is Watson, and he puts it away in foul territory for out number 2.
I think that's one of the hard things for guys when they're done, is that you've done one thing for 35 years of your life, and now you're trying to figure out what that next phase looks like. And so I'm kind of messing around with things and trying different things to see what I really enjoy. Coaching, I have that background, obviously, but I'm not sure I'm ready to put in 250 days a year. So that's part of the problem there. And the broadcasting thing has given me a chance to stay in the game without being away from my family quite as much as I want to yet.
Now, going back a little bit towards the All-Star game, you talked about the great players you've not only played with, but also played against. Who was the toughest pitcher you ever had to face against? Obviously, playing in the AL East for the Orioles, as Klein rips this one back up the middle for a base hit. You saw a lot of great pitchers, Pedro Martinez, Roger Clemens, later in your career, David Price, Roy Halladay. There are a lot of good pitchers in there.
Yeah, you named a lot of the ones that came to my mind right away. And the one that you left off, which a lot of people up here will probably laugh about, is I hated Tim Wakefield. Could not stand him. I lost a lot of nights of sleep over Tim Wakefield. But the guys that you named are certainly, Halladay was phenomenal. Having the opportunity to face Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens and Andy Pettit and those guys, it's a great challenge. And the American League East posed a lot of great challenges when I was playing, and they all have their strengths and they all have their weaknesses that were fun to try and figure out.
Mariano Rivera must have been tough, too.
That
you got to play with him later
still
in your
hadn't
career.
found his weakness yet.
He had finished by then.
He did. Yeah.
But continuing with the great players of, now today theme on this Orioles team, you got one of the best in the league in Manny Machado. A lot of people talk about the Mike Trout versus Bryce Harper debate. Manny Machado's putting together a season where you could put him in there as the third member of that crew.
Oh, I think 100% you can. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, this is a 23-year-old that's capable of hitting 300 plus, 30 plus home runs, 100 plus RBIs, 20 plus stolen bases, with probably the best defense you're going to find at third base. And now he's had to move to shortstop for half a season when J.J. Hardy was out. The kid is absolutely phenomenal, and I had an opportunity to see him come up and really change the entire dynamic of our team in August of 2012 when we were in a pennant race, and he had never played third base in his life, and they just threw him in at the big league level, and every night it was like your jaw dropped because he'd make a play that it's just really, honestly, you don't see those kind of players.
You often hear a nickname You hear it in basketball as well as baseball, the human highlight reel. It seems like every night, SportsCenter Top 10, or you tune into an Orioles game just to see Manny Machado do something incredible. Certainly one of the best players in the game. You played with a lot of great players as Stevenson grounds this one back up the middle off of Gilchrist, and it's picked up by Grenier throwing to first in time. Who was the one guy who you enjoyed playing with the most over your entire career?
I'm going to say two guys.
Okay.
I'll say two guys. One is Miguel Tejada.
Okay.
For one, he's one of the most talented players I've ever played beside. I mean, his first year with us, he had 150 RBIs, in 162 games. Absolutely amazing. But he, more than anything, he loved playing the game of baseball, and he was so fun to be around. The second one is somebody that you guys are very fond of up here, and I'm going to say it. I hope he hears me. Not because of talent, but Kevin Millar. he is just a
what
classic.
A character.
Oh, man, it's when he was on the other side, when he was in Boston, I used to think there's no way, that's got to be an act. It's got to be fake. And then he came over, and it was every single day. And he's so fun to be around. He kept our locker room so loose, and you can see why he was so important for that 04 team.
All right, well, we don't want to take too much of your time. I mean, you're here with your family. You only got another day, or a day and a half. You're leaving on the 5th,
We're leaving on the 5th, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah,
you don't have that much time left. We don't want to take any but more of it. We're watching a baseball game here at Lowell Park.
No problem.
Thank
I
you
enjoyed it
so
very
much
for
joining us here in the booth.
Yep.
And
my pleasure, and hopefully you
been a
guys
pleasure.
can keep this going and get a lot more W's the rest of the way.
Once you leave, it might be the good luck charm.
If my wife wasn't pregnant and due in 6 weeks, we might stay, but I don't think she's going to go for that one right now.
All right, everybody. That was Brian Roberts, former second baseman for the Orioles and the Yankees. And it was a pleasure having him here in the booth.
We're making another substitution going into the 7th. Aiden will hop off headset, head out of the booth with Brian Roberts. I'll hop on, and I'll be joined by Jared Padgett here. Top of the 7th at Lowell Park. Cotuit on top of Falmouth 9-1 after a pair of big innings in the 3rd and 4th. Jared's got the headset on now. How you doing, Jared?
Good, doing good.
You've been out here for a couple weeks now, right, or so?
Yeah.
What have you thought of the Cape Cod experience?
It's definitely one of the most unique places I've been. I've been to quite a bit of places, so I've definitely put this one up on the totem pole a little bit. It's very unique. Very unique.
Now, as soon as you left last time you came up here in the booth, Aiden was disappointed because he didn't get to ask you a couple of questions.
Right.
This pitch lined to second base. Jones has it for the first down. And the number one thing that I think he left out, he wanted to ask you about one of your favorite dishes, apparently Vienna sausages with hot sauce.
Yeah.
Care to explain?
It's just a gift from God, in my opinion, People aren't really big on potted meat or anything potted that's meat for that meaning, I guess. But, I don't know. I just enjoy Vienna sausages with hot sauce, even sometimes just mustard. I mean, it sounds odd, but it's good, so can't complain.
All right. Is that so is that just a you thing, or is that like a local dish? I see that you come from Graceville, Florida.
I don't know. Growing up, man, I just always kind of found myself with a Vienna sausage somewhere along the line, and I don't know. I kind of do it as my own personal deal. If I had to take a guess, but then again, I had buddies who ate Vienna sausages too. So
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. So.
It's Tristan Gray at the plate with one down. We also noticed on the Mississippi State website that you used to have a lot longer hair. You were growing out the flow.
Right.
And now Aiden has cut you off the list for best hair on the team.
Right. Well, again, when I don't have a hat on, it's kind of hard to contain it, to be honest with you. I tried to put it and set it all kinds of different ways, and it kind of just did its own thing. And I figured maybe if I let it grow out just a little bit more, maybe I could have done something.
Okay.
But it was through that phase of ugliness for a while without the hat on. So, but I mean, with the hat on, it was a wonderful flow. Great looking hair.
Would you consider growing it back out?
I have. You know,
playoff hair kind of thing?
Yeah. I kind of hope I have some facial hair by the time I grow my hair back out, but we'll see what happens there.
Gray strikes out now, 2 down in the 7th, and Mike Roberts will make a trot out to the pitcher's mound. Who do you think has, like I said, Aiden was discussing this with some of the other players, including Keith Regala. Who do you think would be at the top of that list for best flow or best hair on the squad?
Well, I tell you what, I don't know about flow, but I would have to say Quinn Brody has some good-looking hair. Him and Colton Hawk, the Stanford boys, are doing it right, in my opinion. It's just, I mean, it's not flow by no means, but hey, you know, it looks good without a hat on. And but if I had to go with hair, you know, I think Regala deserves a little bit of some respect. You know, him and Hooper are kind of, I don't know if they're neck and neck for the position at that point, but I don't know. I give Keith some credit. He does some creative stuff with the noodles that he has on top of his head. So
Keith right away, when asked about it, said, "It's no debate, no contest."
He would say something.
Justin Hooper was more quiet. He was kind of like, "I don't really want to say."
Right.
But everyone knows. Justin Hooper, by the way, is the man towing the rubber and warming up for Cotuit right now. 2 down here in the 7th as Kettleers lead 9-1. Getting back to the baseball a little bit more, I think John Perez mentioned he got the chance to talk with you about the MLB draft and coming out of high school. Right. You got the call from the Cubs, right, real early. Right. They offered you a contract. What was the decision like there?
I just knew immediately, you know, throughout the whole process, you know, it was incredible to kind of see it all unravel and the way it did, and to see me be at that level of baseball and compete and stuff like that. But deep down I knew that I wasn't ready, like, to go out on my own. You know, I didn't even really wash my own clothes, man. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I did the dishes and stuff like that, but as far as just truly being mature and knowing how to handle different situations with both in the game of baseball and out, I just knew I wasn't ready for it. So, you know, it was, at the end of the day, I mean, God's got a plan, and that's the way I look at it. And I just, at the time, I felt like I was worth more to a point. Yeah, I wasn't at that greatest potential that I could have been at. Like, hey, you know, he deserves several million or anything by that mean. But, I mean, I just felt like I deserved just a tad bit more than what they offered. But, I mean, then again, I greatly appreciate the opportunity. You know, that's something special. Not a lot of kids get that opportunity. So I cannot complain.
Mm-hmm.
It was really fun.
To shoot down, I guess, any contract.
Right.
It looked like the Cubs threw about $700,000 at you.
Right.
You must have had a lot of faith in what you could do at Mississippi State, right?
Right. Yeah, I did. You know, I don't doubt myself for a second. And if you're playing the game of baseball, you can't. I mean, you got to have confidence in yourself. You know, you got to have confidence in yourself for anybody, any team you play for, like the guys behind you to play for you. You know what I mean? When you're on the mound, so. You definitely got to have confidence in yourself, and yeah, I don't know.
Larnach grounds out to short. That does it for Falmouth in the 7th. Aiden asked Josh Robertson if he got the chance, or he will get the chance to go to the Fenway workout day on Thursday. Do you know if you get to go, or are you stuck here with the camps?
I think that I got to work at camp, sadly enough, but my family is coming up this week, so I think we're gonna definitely try to make our way up to Boston, but we'll see what happens there. I don't know.
Gotcha.
But yes, I do want to go to Fenway really bad. I mean, I'm right here near it. Might as well go.
At some point this summer.
Right. Definitely, right before I leave.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Jared.
We'll
take a quick break here.
All right.
When we come back, we'll hit the bottom of the 7th at Lowell Park. Welcome back to Lowell Park. We hit the bottom of the 7th now. After the stretch, the Kettleers lead by a score of 9-1. Alonzo Jones leading off. First pitch on the way of the inning. Jones looks at it upstairs for ball 1. On the mound for Falmouth, it's Bryce Montez making his first appearance with the Commodores. He misses again. 2 balls, no strikes. I'm Jason Doro, joined by the pride of Syracuse. He's back in the booth, Aiden Doyle.
We've had a lot of guests tonight, Jason.
Man, just people flowing in and out of this room. It's incredible. It was a packed house, not only out in the stands at Lowell Park, but in this broadcast booth.
That is for sure. 2 players, or current Kettleers players, and then a former major leaguer. Not every day you get to do that.
A multiple-time All-Star in Brian Roberts, so.
No big deal.
Yeah. 3-1 count for Alonzo Jones. Montez ready to pitch. Slow roller right side, but it's off the leg of Jones. Count moves to 3-2. And it's funny, we got here yesterday. The interns met at Lowell Park, getting ready to go out to Wareham for the game. And who else is here but Brian Roberts here with his son in the batting cage, just throwing him BP. No one else was here, just Brian Roberts and his kids.
Why didn't you ask if you could join?
I
mean, you're not going to show up at 2-year-old?
I was focusing on my tetherball. I
love it.
Zoned in. Me and John Mettis got a great game in.
Who won?
I think, well, it wasn't very competitive games. It was more just relaxed games.
Well, you have the significant height advantage over John, but
I think I did win the game. I did take a ball to the face as well, though. So
you
that
kind of
was
took an L.
Yeah, I'm holding an L still. Jones draws the walk, and he gets aboard to start off the 7th.
More plate discipline from these Cotuit Kettleers. Jones with the walk there. Reaches base for the 2nd time tonight. But even when he gets out, he's always working the count. Sees a lot of pitches. Gets on base via the walk, whether it hit, or even when he gets out, he's seen at least 3 to 4 pitches in at bat.
Takes his time at the dish. Here's Susnara, who appears to be the only Kettleer who has not reached yet today. Susnara 0 for 3, a ground out to short, a fly out to center, and a strikeout. If we go up and down the lineup, start at the top. Genista reached with his home run in the 4th. Jackson Klein got on in the 6th with a single. Stevenson has been aboard multiple times with a walk and a single. Jones just reached on the walk. He had also got on with a single. Jordan Pierce got aboard with a walk in the 4th. And 7, 8, and 9, we don't have to tell you, they've been on a lot. In fact, they've accounted for 6 Cotuit runs. 1-1 count for Susnara. Long look from Montez. Now he steps off.
Even there, Jones leading off of first base with that speed, getting in the pitcher's head. Montez concentrating more on Jones than he does on the hitter. That's something that a lot of pitching coaches or managers will go out there and tell you, forget about him. Well, don't forget about him. He's got 6.17, 60-yard dash speed.
But metaphorically.
Yeah, metaphorically, focus on the hitter. Get him out.
1 ball, 2 strike count for Susnara. Pitch on the way. Check swing, fastball outer half, and Susnara did hold up. Count moves to 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kettleers and Falmouth will do it all over again tomorrow. Down at Guy Fuller Field, 6 p.m. first pitch on the 4th of July. Again, a lot of fun to be had before that game, though.
That is for sure.
Come on down to Lowell Park for a dunk tank, bouncy house, obstacle course, face painting, all of that fun for free. And there's also the annual July 4th parade kicking off at 11 a.m. Grounder to short Throw on to second out there. Relay to first in time. 6-4-3. Falmouth turns it. Bases emptied with 2 down in the 7th.
Well, Sosnora, once again, pretty sure that's the second time tonight. Outside pitch. Tries to go the other way with it, which is exactly what you're taught. Just hits it right at the shortstop, McLaughlin. That's a little bit of bad luck there for Sosnora, Cantor out of Oregon. Your job is to go the other way with that. We've talked about not trying to pull that ball on the outside part of the plate. Just a little bit of bad luck.
Jordan Pierce in now with 2 down. First pitch is low for a ball. The parade tomorrow, by the way, starts at the Cotuit Post Office and then concludes at the Waldorf School of Cape Cod. And the parade is sponsored by the Cotuit-Santuit Civic Association. 1-0 offering. Misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes.
You going to say that 10 times fast there, Jason?
Cotuit-Santuit Civic Association?
That's a difficult one.
We're supposed to be experts in pronunciation up here.
We aren't.
Far from it. 2-0. Upstairs. 3 balls, no strikes. Another thing we haven't mentioned today, I don't think, is the hitting contest at Lowell Park. The annual adult hitting contest will take place after the parade. There will be a men's and a women's division. Participants must be 18 years of age or older, and registration will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Cost is $20. And apparently you're the announcer tomorrow.
Apparently. We just found this out earlier today. We thought it was going to be both of us, but supposedly you.
They had to make cuts. It was cuts day today.
You
had to make the final roster, and I'm telling you, my tryout was poor.
You got moved to Bouncy House, which honestly
could be an upgrade. Depends on how you look at it.
You're with the Bouncy House. That's not a bad thing.
I might try to work my way up to Ball Shaker, and you could give me a shout out or two if I make a nice grab out there in left center.
I better see you die for one if you're out there. I want to see the effort, Jason.
Pierce is aboard with a walk, and now it's Corey Voss. First pitch breaking ball in the zone for a called strike. Voss is 1 for 2, a solo home run in the 3rd, a walk in the 4th, and a strikeout. He scored twice. Oh, 1 from Montez. Another breaker. This time it's low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. After the ball game tomorrow, Cotuit is on the road again on Tuesday, playing at Chatham, 7 p.m. first pitch. Then they will return to Lowell Park to play Hyannis on Wednesday, 5 p.m. first pitch here per usual. That's another clinic night at Lowell Park.
We talked with Josh Robertson about those clinics. Every team has one. I used to be part of the Whitecaps camp every week. A lot of fun. The first 2 counselors I ever had, Chris Dickerson, played for the Reds and the Yankees and several other teams in the majors, and Tony Gwynn Jr.
Wow.
And trust me, there are some other kids who have had some excellent. Matt Harvey, when he pitched for the Chatham Anglers, was a camp counselor. How would you like to grow up knowing,
not half bad.
Matt Harvey taught me how to throw my changeup.
Harvey played his college ball at North Carolina, right?
Yeah, that is correct. Another member of the Tar Heels. A lot of chats about the UNC Tar Heels tonight. Surprising.
Just keeps popping up. Mike Roberts, Brian Roberts, an easy connection. So, 2s across the board. 2-2 count with 2 down in the 7th. Kettleers with a chance to move their runs total to double digits here. Up 9-1. 2-2 is way high and outside. A.J. Balta on deck. Clay Fisher would follow. 9 hits for Cotuit tonight. 7 for Falmouth. But they've left men on base a lot tonight. 3 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 2 in the 4th. Runner goes, and Voss swings and misses. Cotuit is done in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on. 7 complete now at Lowell Park. Cotuit way out in front. Up 9-1 on the Falmouth Commodores.
Cape Cod Healthcare. expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians, expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Cotuit makes a pitching change moving into the 8th inning. David Garrix now takes the rubber. Garrix, a right-handed pitcher out of Pomona Pitzer College. He has an 0-1 record and a 6.54 ERA in 5 appearances. He's facing Willie Berger to start off this 8th. 4, 5, and 6 due up in the Falmouth order.
Pitzer, or Pomona, the #1 school in the nation, as we talked about it, according to Forbes magazine.
0-1 misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Always nice when you get to go play sports at a school that's, #1 in the nation.
Seems like a setup I'd enjoy.
Jackson Klein, Colton Hawk, and Quinn Brody all play at Stanford, another one of the premier schools in the country, academically and athletically.
Mm-hmm.
Stanford gets it done on both ends.
2-1 is in at the knees, moving the count to 2-2. And Mike Roberts talks about finding a lot of guys with character, guys that can be leaders for this team. Jackson Klein has voiced wanting to be that guy. Cal Becker as well. And that's definitely something that Stanford looks not only in their athletes, but everyone that attends the school out in the Bay Area. 2-2 count for Berger, who is 1 for 3 on the day. Singled with an RBI in the first, then he struck out and flew to right. And now he's hit by a pitch.
That one, Garrick's just, the release point wasn't there, let it go a bit early. Ran right into Berger's back. Just fastball, let go of a bit early, try to run it inside. Just didn't hang on. It happens.
Matt Deuce now. He swings at the first pitch, pops it up. Foul territory, third baseline. Jordan Pierce moving back towards fair territory, and he can't find it. New life for Matt Deuce.
Well, it's a tough play for Jordan Pierce down the third baseline. Changing directions a bit. You have the shortstop Clay Fisher as well as the left fielder A.J. Balsa coming on as well. It's all about communication there, plus you're looking up into, at this point, a cloudy sky with the baseball, the gray and clouds, and the white ball kind of meshed together.
first pitch or the second pitch after the foul ball. It's called for a strike. Now 0-2 to Deuce. Garrick's checks on Berger. Now the 0-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Deuce fan for out number 1.
Nice pitch there from Dave Garricks to get Deuce swinging. Garrick's not really known as a strikeout pitcher. We see him work more to contact. He's not going to overpower you, but he looked good there against Deuce. You know, after the pop-up that Pierce misplayed a bit or let go, a lot of times you see, then the batter gets new life and he's almost rejuvenated by it and then gets a base hit or something. There, Garricks comes right back, doesn't let it get to him, and strikes him out.
And that was a good place for the fastball, too. Climbing the ladder, going upstairs. 0-1 count. So Snara blocks the pitch. Count now 1-1. It's Tyler Holton at the plate. Left-handed hitter out of Florida State. Checks his swing on a pitch outside. Count now 2-1. Holton has appeared in just 2 games for Falmouth. Has 1 hit and 5 at-bats. And he ropes one to the right side through the hole. It's a single for Holton. Digging from first to third is Berger. The throw not in time. Pierce does knock it down, keeping the runners at the corners.
That ball was absolutely ripped into right field there by Tyler Lawrence. Really got a good piece of the bat there. Put it right in between Jones and Genesta. And Berger reading it well, able to go first to third.
One down, runners at the corners. Falmouth down by 8 runs and needing a lot here in the 8th inning. It's now Josh Watson at the plate. First pitch misses outside, ball 1. Last time David Garricks pitched for Cotuit was June 28th against Bourne. Went just 1/3 of an inning, gave up 4 runs and 3 hits. That's the only performance that hasn't been great, though, for him. He was good in his first appearance against Bourne on June 13th, went 1 1/3 with scoreless and hitless ball. Threw 4 2/3 against Brewster on the 15th, just 2 days later, and only gave up 2 runs. He had 2/3 of an inning of scoreless ball on June 19th, and June 22nd against Harwich, he went 4 innings with just 2 runs and 2 hits. And here he nips the corner to move the count to 1-2.
For a guy who comes from a smaller school, hasn't let the aura and the big school nature of the Cape League get to him. Right now, I believe he's got to be the only player from Pomona Pitzer in the Cape League.
1-2 hit in the air, down the left field line. Multiple Kettleers converging on the ball, and it drops in foul territory.
He's got to be the only Sage End left, though. I know we had Tanner Nishioka, who was a temporary player, originally to start the season on these Kettleers. But Garrick's coming from Pomona Pitzer, playing against guys who go to Stanford, and go to UNC, and go to Virginia, and go to Texas, Michigan, these big schools. He hasn't let it get to him at all. He's gone out there, he's competed, he's thrown his stuff, he's not tried to do too much.
1-2 bounced in front of home, now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Overall, he's a pretty quiet and reserved guy. Just comes to Lowell Park every day, does his work, goes about his business.
That's why he's earned a spot on this roster with the Kettleers. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Garrick's one of the almost dozen players who were signed today by Cotuit. These guys were on temporary contracts, but now added for the rest of the season. Swing and a miss from Watson, and now there's 2 away.
Forget what I said about Garrick's not being a strikeout pitcher. There he blows a fastball right past Josh Watson. That one had some movement and some velocity behind it. I actually just texted our own Jonathan Waterman, because the radar gun, which is typically out on the scoreboard here at Lowell Park, doesn't seem to be working tonight. I texted Jonathan, where's Garrick sitting at? I'll be very interested to see what number he comes back with.
Caden Grenier at the plate. He swings and misses for strike 1. Grenier is 1 for 2 today. Grounded out to third in the second, singled in the fourth, and walked in the sixth. It's Berger on third, Holton on first. Garrix sends a fastball onto the outer edge, and now he's up 0-2.
Fastball also had some velocity behind it. Still waiting on this text from Jonathan. You know, he doesn't
Sitting
have
on pins and needles here.
He doesn't have the iPhone. You can't really blame him. It's not on iMessage. But
0-2 offering in the dirt, blocked by Susnara. Going down to second is Holton, but Berger holds at third.
And here it is, 91-93.
That's good velocity.
Dave Garrix isn't the biggest guy in the world either. He's only listed 6 feet tall, 175 pounds. He doesn't look like a guy who's throwing in the low to mid 90s out there. We've seen much bigger guys sit in the upper 80s. But he's thrown the ball really well here tonight at Lowell Park.
This pitch lifted to left center. Going out is Fisher, and he has the range to haul it in. Falmouth is done in the 8th. No runs on 1 hit. No errors. 2 men left on, both in scoring position. 7.5 complete now at Lowell Park. Cotuit on top of Falmouth, 9-1. We'll be right back after these quick messages.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development. Online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Nine to 1, Cotuit leads going into the bottom of the 8th at Lowell Park. They hold an 8-run edge and bring up the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in this frame. A.J. Balta at the plate, first pitch on the way, and it misses low for ball 1. It's now Seth Elledge on the bump for Falmouth. Right-handed pitcher out of Dallas Baptist University with a 4.5 ERA and 4 appearances with Falmouth. Balta ropes one down the first base line, but foul. Elledge comes in after 2 innings from Bryce Montez. He gave up 1 hit, no runs. One count for Balta. And he fouls one off to the backstop. Count now 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And the Kettleers have seen Seth Elledge before. He came in for the top of the 9th inning when the Kettleers traveled to Guy Fuller Field in Falmouth back on Sunday, June 26th. Went 1 inning, didn't give up any runs, allowed a hit to Ryan Hagan, and had a strikeout. So he looked pretty good, but in that game they weren't trailing 9-1.
Low-scoring affair at Guy Fuller Field.
That is correct.
3-2 the final score. Falmouth just eking out a victory over Cotuit. Commodores hold an edge in the season series 2-0, but Cotuit is definitely in line to make it 2-1 this evening. 3 balls, 2 strikes now for Balta, who is 2 for 3 on the day. Hit a solo shot in the 3rd inning, then got a single and a run scored in the 4th before flying out to right in the 5th. This time he swings and misses, set down for out number 1.
Elledge has some good stuff as well as some good velocity. Really has that good 2-pitch mix that we've talked about. Relievers typically only have 2 pitches. If they can develop a third, a lot of teams will try and convert him into a starter. Elledge with that fastball, breaking ball combo, one of the best we've seen so far. Another one, Garrett Cave of the Hyannis Harbor Hawks come to mind, but he also throws 97 miles an hour.
Fisher hits a dribbler down the 3rd base line. This one just skips foul. Count will be 0-1. Fisher's also 2 for 3. Has had a very similar day to A.J. Balta. A single, a home run. This one just so happened to be a grand slam, so give him 4 RBI, as well as a stolen base and 2 runs today. And he also flew out to right in his 3rd plate appearance today. Can he top Balta in this at-bat? 0-1 offering. Breaking ball snaps off the plate. Count 1-1. This Fisher's first game with the Kettleers this summer. Got the start at shortstop. It'll be interesting to see where Ryan Hagan plays going forward for Cotuit, or at the same time where Clay Fisher plays. More options for Mike Roberts to play with in the middle infield. Alonzo Jones has started at 2nd in these last couple of contests after Josh Shaw was there. One ball, 2 strike count for Fisher. Grayson Genista on the top of the order waiting on deck. 1-2 on the way from Elledge. Fastball misses low and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And could we have possibly seen or imagined a better debut for Clay Fisher? Could the Kettleers have asked for a better debut from Clay Fisher? 2 for 3. 2 runs scored. A stolen base. And then, obviously, the grand slam.
Ground ball to short, picked up by McLaughlin. The throw to first can't be handled by Gray. Skips away to the fence. Down to 2nd goes Fisher.
Well, I guess they could have asked for a better one. They could have asked for 3 for 4, and that's what they just got.
He continues to pile it on. Kettleers now have 10 hits on the night. I believe just for the 2nd time this season they've dipped into double-digit hits in one ball game.
We talked about that. I believe it was the last time we were here at Lowell Park against the Wareham Gatemen. Kettleers had 13 hits that night against Wareham. So the offense certainly clicking, as we talked about, with that barrage of home runs.
That was ruled a single and then an error.
As it should have been.
Mm-hmm. Error credited to the shortstop McLaughlin on the throw. Top of the order is back with Grayson Genista. Left-handed hitter into face Elledge. 0-1 count. Good lead for Fisher off of 2nd. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. Count now 1-1. Let's check in with the rest of the Cape Cod Baseball League. We have a tie ball game in Yarmouth-Dennis. Red Sox knotted 7-7 with the Hyannis Harbor Hawks in the top of the 8th. Harwich is leading at home, 2-1 against the Brewster Whitecaps in the bottom of the 8th frame. Wareham is currently winning on the road at Bourne. 4-2 the score at Doran Park. Top of the 6th there. Chatham and Orleans, the late ball game tonight starting at 7 p.m. They are scoreless in the bottom of the 3rd at Orleans. 1-2 offering, misses downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Genesta today is 1 for 4. 3 flyouts and a solo home run. 4 home runs for the Kettleers tonight, doubling their season output in 1 contest. 2-2 pitch. Hit hard to second base. 1 hop for Grenier. He sidearms on to first. To get out number 2, Clay Fisher trots down to third on the play.
That was hit on a line to Grenier at second base. I wonder what the exit velocity was on that one from Genesta. He crushed that ball. Got a great piece of it just right at Grenier at second. But even if you're Grenier, sitting back waiting for that ball, like, oh God. Oh,
what's going to happen?
Oh no. That one was hit very hard by Grayson Genesta.
Here's Jackson Klein. He's 1 for 4 as well. 2 flyouts to center and a line out to second base to go with a single in the 6th inning. He's jammed on the first pitch, fouls it to the backstop for strike 1. Jackson Klein and Grayson Genesta both 1 for 4/1 for 5 tonight, but they've hit the ball hard a lot of times. Klein nearly left the yard in the first inning with a deep fly ball to center. Balta on third, Cotuit up 9-1. 0-1 pitch from Elledge. Hit in the air, right field. Larnick moving towards the right field line, and he pulls it in for out number 3. No runs for Cotuit in the 8th. 1 hit, 1 error, 1 man left on. 8 complete now at Lowell Park. Kettleers a half inning away from getting their 5th win of the season. We'll be right back. You're listening to Kettleers Baseball.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
The 9th inning is upon us at Lowell Park, and the Kettleers have a 9-1 edge against the Falmouth Commodores. David Garrick still on the mound for Cotuit, looking to shut it down against the 9-1 and 2 hitters for the Commodores. Matt McLaughlin, Mike Gigliotti, Tristan Gray due up here. Righty versus righty matchup to start off the frame. First pitch fastball in from Garrick's, called for a strike on the inner edge. McLaughlin is 1 for 2 today. A single, a sacrifice bunt, and he also grounded it into a double play to finish off the 6th. It's been a wonderful night for baseball in Cotuit. Temperatures sitting in the 70s, mostly cloudy. We did have the sun peeking through for several innings. Wind was blowing out to center. Now it's calmed down. 1-2 pitch, fouled off. I'm Jason Doro. Alongside me, Aiden Doyle. And Aiden, from this ball game, what are the major takeaways? We saw Cotuit explode with the bats in the 3rd and 4th innings.
let's say the fireworks come in a day early to Cotuit. 4 home runs. Clay Fisher's debut. The storylines could just write themselves. David Garrick's pitching well on the mound. Ross Octor pitching well at a start. Connor Simmons 3 2/3 of 1-hit relief. Have we seen a better game from the Kettleers? I don't think so.
Thinking Chatham would be close.
This, hey, 9 runs up on the board, only allowing 1 and no errors.
This is true. The win against Chatham was an 8-2 victory, though. Bats were more consistent throughout the contest rather than just 2 big frames.
You know something, Jason? You're
As
always
McLaughlin
taking away from the
pokes one into
fun.
right center.
You're taking away from the fun.
Hey, you just told me the last half inning. We have to get things right. We have to examine. We have to make sure everything is pinned down. I want to look at it from every angle.
I vote this game.
That's fair. Not saying you're wrong. Mike Roberts out of the dugout, pointing to his outfield. He's moving Cal Stevenson out to center. Jackson Klein is jogging to the dugout. There are Kettleers moving everywhere right now. Quinn Brody coming into the contest. He'll move out to left field, it looks like. Stevenson will be in center. A.J. Balto will move from left all the way out to right. And David Garrix will come off the hill. Cotuit making a lot of changes in the 9th. We'll take a break as they swap pitchers and figure out all the right pieces to this puzzle. 9-1 Kettleers in the 9th.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clam bake. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends.
With a 9-1 scoreline, Mike Roberts will try out something new here in the 9th. Jack Klein to the hill for Cotuit. The outfield shifts around. Quinn Brody enters the game for David Garrix, who is on the bump. Brody goes out to left. Cal Stevenson moves from right to center, and A.J. Balta switches corner outfield spots, moving to right field. 1 man on, Matt McLaughlin. He got aboard with the single. It's Ryan Chandler at the plate, who pinch hit for Mike Gigliotti earlier in this ballgame. Chandler is 0 for 1.
I think we've officially seen everything here at Lowell Park tonight. Jackson Klein coming on the pitch now. We've seen 4 home runs, grand slam. We've had a pro baseball player up here in the booth.
If I had stats on Jackson Klein, I'd throw him out here for his pitching, but instead we'll just say, hey, Jackson Klein 1 for 5 on the day. Single and a bunch of flyouts, toes the rubber now. 1-2 count against Ryan Chandler. Kettleers infield playing very deep here in the ninth. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, dips inside, and it catches Chandler. Now 2 men aboard for Falmouth in the ninth.
Well, I'm sure it's got to be a bit of an, I don't want to say an adjustment, because Jackson Klein actually was drafted this year in the 33rd round by the Philadelphia Phillies as a pitcher. He wants to try and make it as a position player, thinks he can still play pro ball as an outfielder.
And that's what he's done at Stanford.
Yes, and he's done it very well here on the Cape, but it's got to be a bit of an adjustment, just kind of thrown into the fire here at Lowell Park on the mound.
Tristan Gray at the plate. He lines one right back up the middle. They'll hold McLaughlin at third. Everybody's safe on the base knock from Gray, and the bases are now loaded for Falmouth in the ninth.
Well, Gray just got a great piece of that one. Rocketed right back up the middle. Klein had to duck out of the way. So, welcome to the ball game, or welcome to the pitcher's mound, Jackson Klein. Second batter you face, rockets one, and came whizzing right by your face.
Bryce Johnson, the batter at the dish. He's 0 for 1. He drills a ball to left center field. Converging on it, Brody and Stevenson. Stevenson makes the catch. Throws it back to the infield. Scoring for Falmouth from third base is McLaughlin, making it a 9-2 ball game. Sacrifice fly for Bryce Johnson on the play. Chandler stays at second. Gray remains at first. Cotuit now 2 outs away from the victory. Willie Berger digs in. Big right-handed hitter out of Penn State. First pitch on the way. It's a breaking ball that doesn't break all that much. Misses upstairs, ball 1. Berger 1 for 3. RBI single in the first, a strikeout looking in the third, a fly out to right in the fifth, and then a hit by pitch in the eighth. 1-0 offering, swung on and missed. Big cut. Moves the count to 1-1. The seats have emptied out a little bit here at Lowell Park as the sun sets in Cotuit. One pitch on the way. Hits the low and outside corner, and now it's 1-2. Kettleers sit at 4-15 on the season. Currently last in the Cape Cod Baseball League West Division, but trying to claw their way out of the cellar. Falmouth 10-9 in third place in the West. Here's the 1-2. High fly ball out to right field. Balta moving in. He makes the catch, and now Falmouth is down to their final out.
Klein bouncing back nicely, getting 2 flyouts, and now has a chance to put it away. Matt Deuce up at the plate now for the Commodores.
Deuce is 1 for 2 tonight. 2 walks, one of them a hit by pitch. He also has a double and a strikeout. Klein from the stretch. First pitch, a breaking ball, swung on and missed. Count is 0-1. Let's look at the rest of that West Division, by the way. Bourne is in first place, 11-7-1. Wareham in second, 10-8-1. Sitting between Falmouth and Cotuit, the Hyannis Harbor Hawks in fourth at 8-11. This pitch hit in the air out to right center field, and it's down. Rounding third, coming home is Ryan Chandler. They'll send Gray around third as well. No throw home. He scores, bringing the score to 9-4. A 2 RBI double for Matt Deuce, crushing a baseball to right center field.
Yeah, he really got a good piece of that one. Hit it right out into right center field on a line towards where that red, white, and blue little banner is out there in right center. Just hit on a line, and now Mike Roberts out to talk to Klein.
And Roberts wants another new pitcher. Called the bullpen for Cotuit in the ninth. We'll take a quick break, come right back, and see if the Kettleers can finish off this ball game.
Cape Cod Healthcare. expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians, expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent-care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
When in doubt, put Eddie Mole on the bump. That's been the theme for Cotuit. So far this season, he's already made 7 appearances. Tonight he gets his 8th against the Falmouth Commodores in the top of the 9th inning at Lowell Park. 9-4 the scoreline. Cotuit an out away from sealing this victory. Tyler Holton, the man at the plate. First pitch fastball from Mole. It's right down Broadway for a called strike. Commodores have scored 3 runs in this frame. McLaughlin, Chandler, and Gray all crossing home plate. Matt Deuce currently on second after a 2 RBI double. 0-1 pitch on the way. Fastball, chop first base side for Genesta. He's got in a couple of bounces, and he jogs over to first base to end this ball game. Cotuit hits 4 home runs this evening, including a grand slam from Clay Fisher, and all that offense leads to a 9-4 victory over the Falmouth Commodores.
You talked about the grand slam by Clay Fisher. Just what a debut by Clay Fisher tonight. 3 for 4, 2 runs scored, 4 RBI, and showing some range at shortstop as well. I'm not sure Mike Roberts and the Kettleers could have asked for a better debut. Just thrown into the fire, really got here to the Cape yesterday, was at the game last night at Spillane Field, comes into a game today, first time in uniform, and puts the team on his back.
Fisher not the only guy who produced today, as we talked about. Corey Voss, A.J. Balta, Grayson Genesta all hit solo home runs as well. Voss and Balta each score 2 runs. They had hits as well. Balta had a single. Voss had a walk. Everyone in the bottom of the order for Cotuit tonight was producing at the plate. And because of those 2 big innings where they strung so many hits together, Cotuit gets the win tonight. No errors committed by the Kettleers today, by the way. Pitching staff needed a whole lot of arms to get through this one, but one of them was a position player in Jackson Klein. In the end, all in all, a good ball game for Cotuit.
That is for sure, and amazingly enough, Falmouth actually out-hit them 11-10, but a complete game in all facets of the game for the Kettleers tonight. 9 runs, 10 hits. Pitching looked good. Ross Octor, 3 innings, only giving up 1 run. Connor Simmons, 3 2/3 of shutout innings, or shutout ball. Dave Garrix looked good in an inning of relief. Eddie Mole coming on to get the final out. Continues his role as, the go-to guy out of the bullpen for Mike Roberts. No errors up on the board. Very good all-around performance by the Cotuit Kettleers.
With the win, Cotuit bumps up to 5-15 on the season. Falmouth drops to 500 at 10-10. These 2 teams will battle again tomorrow at Guy Fuller Field, 6 p.m. first pitch, after all the wonderful July 4th festivities right here at Lowell Park. Aiden, any more baseball-related commentary before we call it a night? Or non-baseball related?
No, I think that's it. Honestly, I think I've gotten all my words out tonight. Just very good all-around performance. It was a fun night here in the booth and a fun game to watch.
After the 4th inning, I didn't know if you were going to make it to this point. I honestly wasn't sure.
The excitement took a lot out of me.
We're both still here, and the night has concluded at Lowell Park, sun setting on a Cotuit victory, 9-4 over the Falmouth Commodores. We'll call it a night. For John Perez, our field reporter, and for all of our video production crew, as well as my broadcast partner, Aiden Doyle, I'm Jason Doro, signing off from Lowell Park. Again, our final score, the Cotuit Kettleers 9, the Falmouth Commodores 4.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today.
been a fun game to watch.
After the 4th inning, I didn't know if you were going to make it to this point. I honestly wasn't sure.
The excitement took a lot out of me.
We're both still here, and the night has concluded at Lowell Park, sun setting on a Cotuit victory, 9-4 over the Falmouth Commodores. We'll call it a night. For John Perez, our field reporter, and for all of our video production crew, as well as my broadcast partner, Aiden Doyle, I'm Jason Doro, signing off from Lowell Park. Again, our final score, the Cotuit Kettleers 9, the Falmouth Commodores 4.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. On the line, come on coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go boys, let's get it done. We wanna see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win